What's up, Marlon? Good morning, Angela. What's up?
Oh, I had a space going that only one person showed up to, and they didn't even speak English. But of course, I had it written in Italian because I'm learning Italian, so that may be a problem. But I've never really had anybody join spaces, but maybe one or two people.
Well, that's how it starts. You just open up a room, and whatever you get is what you get. And actually, when I first started, I only had one other person that I was talking to. For I haven't told this story, Angela, in a long time, so bear with me. I started with one just person hanging out. I'd never done spaces. I'd listened for months before then. Maybe spoke in one room, and anyways, over time, three people showed up, and then more conversation happened, and that's just the path. Start, Angela, and you'll be fine. Hey, Tom showed up. What's up, Tom? Yeah, it just starts like that, Angela. Really, you just start talking to people, and then pretty soon a conversation, and your room will be fine. But it's good to see you this morning.
Yeah, it's good to see you too. I haven't really seen y'all much around lately. I've been doing well. I'm trying to learn five languages at once, which is mind-boggling.
Which languages are you working on?
French, Ukrainian, Italian, and what was that other one? Hold on, let me go look.
Well,
German, I think it was. I think it
yeah,
was German.
I've learned a couple different things in many different languages, but you know, living with somebody that speaks Russian fluently and growing up around people that speak Russian, that's one of the hard. I mean, for me, when I was a kid, I had this friend who was from Kiev, and we spent a lot of time together, just hanging out. And so I'd be at his house a lot around his family speaking Russian. And at some point, my brain just kind of understood what they were saying, but I could never speak it. But I started to understand, just having him get yelled at by his mom all the time and having dinner with them and stuff. So, and then I learned a little bit of Dutch, just stuff like that along the way. Learned a little bit of language everywhere. It's great. Marlon, what's up, brother? How are you?
Good morning, Angela. Good to see you. Rebel, how you doing? Matt, good to see you, brother. Hey, Angela, you're talking about speaking other languages. My God, your aptitude must be really high because I've been working on Spanish and I still sound like Tarzan talking to Jane.
Oh, I'm not very good at it, and I'm still having issues with the plurals and singular on the spelling.
So when these guys talk, I understand all the subjects and I understand like they're telling somebody to go upstairs, but to turn around and me to tell them, yeah, that's the way they described it as Tarzan talking to Jane.
And that's probably how I sound with my southern accent trying to speak Italian.
I have enough problems with English.
Yeah, I kind of have a bad problem with English spelling anyway.
What's weird is if you listen to people speak Portuguese or from Brazil, if you have somebody that does it not too well or maybe slowly, you can kind of get the gist of what's being said. It's at least for if you put together all those different languages and what you're thinking about, I think you would understand uh, Portuguese pretty. You would eventually get that pretty quickly.
I was going to do Portuguese, but I backed out of it. I don't know why.
So how are you doing this? Are you doing this on Babbel or something? How are you doing it, if you don't mind me asking?
It's called Duolingo, and a college student a couple years back directed me to that app, and it's pretty good. It's free with options of purchasing the more in-depth material.
So maybe we should say hello, how are you to people that come in to speak today in a different language. Does that sound like a good game?
Ciao, signor.
Yeah. I like Privyet, как дела? Хорошо. Or Kuhaticha.
Tu say español?
No.
Tu say hablo español?
Nine. Niet. Nunca. DK.
That was German.
Hey, DK. Oh, Minky's in the house. Good morning, Minky. Oh, I'm not sure if she can take the mic. Oh, yeah. The space is kind of taking a little bit of time to transfer stuff, so
Oh, okay.
that's cool.
Hey,
No
buenos
worries.
días.
What's up?
¿Cómo está?
Bien, bien. ¿Y tú?
Oh, muy bien.
No, bien.
Muy bien.
Muy bien.
Okay, to your yeah. So when we used to go in, and I've been entrenched in the Spanish community my whole life, right? So I used to have this one guy. His name was Hugo, and every day I would go in and say, "Hey, muy bien, muy bien." He says, "Nada, nada, enchilada," and this was his response every day. It was hilarious.
Well, I'll tell you, Marlon, I never met a nacho I didn't like.
No, man. Again, well, we used to have his other crew, and they were from Puerto Rico, and they were concrete guys, and they used to call me every racist name in the book. And when I would go up and tell him, "You look like a refried burrito, bitch," man, he used to get mad.
No, I meant the guy's name was literally Nacho. Every time I've ever met a guy with the name Nacho, they're funny as hell. It's like, you know how certain names, certain characters, they're just, I don't know. Like I don't know, certain characters. He was a character, man, on the job.
Oh yeah, and the camaraderie, really. I mean, you can't pay for that.
Yeah, of course, everybody kind of teases, especially in the construction industry, like in that way, like what you're saying. Yeah, that just comes with the job. But everybody on the team loves each other. You know, it's all in fun. I got the ladies. Minky, how are you?
Hola, ¿qué pasa?
Ooh.
So I know just enough Spanish to get me in trouble, and I work in an area where there are a lot of Spanish speakers, and I will say a few words, and then they come back, and the only thing that I know to say back when I get lost is La Cucaracha, because it's a song. I just look really stunned, and it's a song that I know, so I just say La Cucaracha, so they know that I absolutely can't understand them, but it cracks them up so bad. So that's just my standby. But when it comes to spelling, I'm in so much trouble right now, so much hot water right now, I'm going to confess. So Mostly Peaceful Memes gave me this background yesterday for my birthday. He took my mugshot from 2020 from my protest arrest, and he gave me this background that matches Trump, and I was so happy about it that I made it my profile picture. But I lost my blue check because I changed my profile picture. And the reason I need a blue check is because I hit send on my tweets before I look through them, before I proofread them. And so I use swipe, and I end up with a lot of spelling mistakes because of that. And I can't tell you how many, I know now, how often you use the word public when you talk about politics. I say public school children, I say public speech, I say I'm going to be exhibiting my art in public. I can't tell you how many times I use that word public. And guys, swipe turns public into pubic for me, just so you know. The struggle is real.
So you were exactly putting your pubics on display.
Oh
All day
man.
long. All day long yesterday. All day long I had public pubics, I gotta tell you.
Oh man. It's all right. It happens. I've spelled stuff wrong, but that's a good one. That's a good one. I had a misspelling that I didn't see for months and months because I didn't go back and look, and my mind just thought I'd done it right. Rebel, what's up?
Nope, nope. Go to DK. I am not going after that.
She's like, I disavow, DK.
Oh, I was just going to say, when I grew up in a small town in Iowa, so at the time, my dad was in the military. I lived other places before that, but when they had the choice of languages, they only had French and German. We didn't even have Spanish as an option back then because they didn't have a teacher for it. So I learned ein bisschen German, ein bisschen Deutsch, but that was a long time ago, so I didn't really use it. But then I moved to Arizona here like 5 years ago, and I wanted to learn Spanish, and I did Duolingo just to get enough vocabulary. And then at work, because I'm here, they let me take some tutoring classes like through work, which really helped because you get a teacher that like you have a small group class and she'll like speak to you and you have to speak back, and you have a book and you learn more of the grammar and stuff, and that really helps a lot. If you can do something like that, it's great. Or find a friend who speaks that language and practice with them, that someone who speaks it natively, so they can correct you when you're wrong but you trust them. So that stuff has helped me a little bit.
Guten Tag. Good morning, or good morning. Yeah.
Guten Morgen.
Good Morgan, or something like that. I can't say that. My mouth isn't working right. Marlon.
My father, he was stationed in Germany for 2 years, and he used to speak German. And he's gotten exposed to German, and he almost had it as like a second language, but then just not using it. He didn't keep going. But when this is how dumb I was. I took Spanish class and I failed Spanish, but we should have known as Americans that we needed to learn Spanish. That's how dumb I was. I wish I would have paid attention. I'll tell you, if there's any younger kids in the class in the space, please pay attention in Spanish class.
Yeah, it was when I was in school too. They made it mandatory to pick 2 languages, and or at least one and they had a couple, and German was there, French, Spanish was mandatory though. So you pretty much, if you're going to take another language, you'd be taking on 2. But yeah, I resisted myself. I was like, why are we learning this again? Like, English is our language. What am I doing this for? And I was a punk kind of as a kid, I resisted everything. You tell me to do something, I'd say no, just out of spite. I didn't think ahead.
Hey, I just have a little bit of a win. I want to tell the space, right? A little bit of a win. There's 2 guys that I know. They're little guys in the fishing community. One of them won the biggest white marlin, and it was 201,000. And then my other buddy won 67,000 on the biggest wahoo. So just one for the little guys.
The time, money, and effort that they put in to do that too. It's an expensive adventure just to even do it.
So, when you enter these tournaments, where the big money is where all the side bets and the Calcuttas are. right? But because he was a charter boat and his charter only elected to just go into the tournament, they won $150,000 flat just for going and catching the biggest white marlin. But if they were in all the money, the fish would have been worth 2.5 million.
That's insane, bro.
Yeah, but wait a minute.
That's
You know,
a
you got
lot
to
of money.
remember. Yeah, you got to lay 7,000 or 8,000 out to be able to be in that money.
There's always risk before we reward.
Oh yeah, plus all the investment in the boat and all that stuff. So anyway, I just thought, you know, strike 2 checks for the little guys in my book. That's how I look at it.
Oh, it's awesome, man. It would have been incredible just to see that and do that. And you've experienced that. So, I mean, I'm sure you've had some incredible stories. And I've seen videos of people catching marlins. These things can shoot out of the water. Imagine a spear. Okay, first of all, let's back up. Imagine a fish that can swim 80 miles an hour. That means this fish could project itself theoretically at about 40 miles an hour if it just sprung forward at you and jumped at your boat. Now you have a spear going 40 miles an hour. It could shoot right at you and impale you right there on the deck. It's fun, but it's dangerous. I mean, these fish can flop around and hurt you, man. I'm sure Marlon's seen some crazy stuff. Rebel.
Well, I was kind of like you with the Spanish because I grew up in New Mexico and my mom kept insisting I learn Spanish, but I was homeschooled. She didn't push it because she didn't speak it. She was basically pushing me to learn it from the community because we did have plenty of Spanish speaking folks. Plus, in my teen years, my stepdad was Hispanic, so he spoke Spanish, but I refused to learn it because I was of the belief, you came to our country, you can learn our language. If I go to your country, I'll learn your language. I know enough to get by. I can tell if somebody's mad at me or threatening me. I can say a few choice words. What are the first words we usually learn in any language? But I actually wish I had learned Spanish.
Well, see, they made it mandatory in schools because the public schools and the government already knew what was coming well before. And we're talking way back. So we already knew that this was happening. It's just that, you know, some kids didn't get the memo. You know, they just saw it as, oh, this is mandatory. I'm going to fight against this. And, you know, some people fight against it. But the fact of the matter is that they were going to be ushering in this influx of immigration into the country, and they needed to prepare the American generation that was going to be our age for this to occur. And they thought in their minds, well, if we introduce this soon enough to the population, get it into the schools, and immigrants are already coming. Well, let's go back. They were already coming. But my point is they probably knew that we were going to need this to get along. And they introduced it as part of their integration of immigration plan at where we're at now, so that we could actually be productive. Jacqueline, good morning.
Sorry, I thought I had more time. Yeah, no, that they did do that. I agree with you on that. But it was more of a psychological thing because if you live in a Hispanic community, such as I do, I do, and all my cousins are. My family's very mixed, but very Hispanic on one side. But they have different dialects. So anything that your kids, your white kids are learning in school, typically won't save your life on the street, you know, because it's not the same. It's like going to Europe, and not everybody's going to speak German. But just because it's Europe, somebody might think, well, everybody's going to speak German because they're in Europe. You know, it's kind of, I hate to put it like that, but I mean, you can tell what they're saying if you know a dialect, but it isn't going to be fluent until you know your community. Then you get community fluent, because what happens in America is that all those different communities in South America comes over here or around the globe, but we're talking Spanish. But when you get into that, when they get into a community, it's not just from one tribe. It's not just one community. It's going to be multiple different ones. So the community actually creates its own type of Spanish. I call mine Spanglish because I'm terrible at new languages. I'm not fluent in anything. I'm rebellious, I think, more than anything. But in any rate, it is something of a thing, because you can go to a Walmart or in a heavily Hispanic area, and you can ask somebody, can you translate? Sometimes they'll tell you, I don't know what she's saying. And you'll see people's eyes like, what are you talking about? I just heard you talking Spanish over here. It's like, it's not the same. And so, yeah, they're not doing our kids any good. American kids that only knew English when they're taught in school, it's not even worth their time. If you're looking at job market, entering into the workforce, it isn't even, it's not going to help them. You might give you a few choice words and give you kind of an understanding of, how languages can be, how they come about and stuff like that. And there might be some history, but as far as learning how to speak it, really, it's community based in America, and that's my take. But I'll land my plane. Thank you.
Right. Well, the information was enough, like you said, just to get you to the basics, the pleasantries. But dialects are amazing across the globe, depending on regional to regional where you are. And it's not just what you're talking about, though, isn't just a difference in a Boston accent versus a California, like "what's up, bruh," accent. We're talking about, well, words and differences that actually separate the different communities and tribes throughout that whole region.
I totally agree with that. And I did try to make that. I'm not very good at explaining myself, but yeah, no, that's exactly what I meant. And it's true. And that's why what they teach us in school isn't of any real value, in my opinion. If you're coming from a white family or even, I know lots of Hispanic kids that wasn't raised around any kind of other language besides English, and they have the same difficulty, because this is not a white issue. It's across the board. It's your community, wherever you end up landing, because you basically have to learn from scratch if you're going to, and all of your children are at that point. And I think a lot of people understood that at one point, but it always, they always go into the racism thing. It's not racist, because it really does outsource them in a lot of job markets. But I'll land my plane. I'm sorry. Thank you.
No, it's all right. My community is like at least 98% Hispanic or Latino, and they're great. And you're right. The community is definitely tight here, and it's awesome to be in the middle of that. DK, what's up?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I never really thought of it as a push it on us for this future job economy thing. I mean, I know they forced us to take a language to go to college and things like that, but I guess I didn't view it that way. Maybe because my dad was in the military, I lived in Germany, I had a different worldview or something, but I saw it as just introducing you to something that you could learn later as an adult if you want to, and knowing that, yeah, you're not going to be fluent coming out of, grade school, high school, but, and I mean, children do learn it faster. So I think that was part of the reason for doing it, at least back when I was young, is start when you're young so you remember, or, you can build on that a little bit better. Of course, if you don't use it, you lose it. But Jackie's point about the dialects is definitely true. When I was taking taking my Spanish, I've had different teachers. I've had one that's from Colombia, one that's from Peru, one from Mexico. So they all, they have different words that they use. But if you have the base foundation of Spanish, then, they would tell us in our classes, like, the different dialect differences a lot of times. Like, they would say, okay, over here, we don't use this word that you're learning in your book, but this is what you would learn in, say in Colombia or whatever. So, you do have to adjust to your local need for it wherever you are. But I don't think it's not valuable. I mean, Spanish still has a base, and if you know the base, you can pick up a lot. Really, you can. And if you have friends in your local area, they can teach you a lot of the nuances of the different vocabulary and stuff like that. Just my take. And it's never too late to learn. So don't think that just because you regret learning it before. I just started learning Spanish a few years ago. So.
Javai, Marlon.
You're so right, DK. You put a smile on my face. It's never too late, right? It's never too late. But we talk about different dialects, right? So here on the East Coast, if you went from Richmond, Virginia, and I use that term because of Oliver Anthony. Anyway, if you go from Richmond, Virginia to Boston, the different dialects and the different meanings of names, it's insane, right? Because we hear people talk from New York, and I'm like, when I listen to myself on these spaces, I sound such like a Northeast kid. It just bothers me to no end. But the difference between Boston and Virginia, and it's only a couple hundred miles, it is so drastically. You think we talk money? You should hear those people talk from New England or up there in Maine. If you ever listen to those people, so I just think that totally put a smile on my face, DK.
That's hilarious. It's like those people. It's funny because they think the same thing about you. What you said is like,
oh, exactly. Oh, yeah, no doubt.
You looking in the mirror. Hey, Rebel, you ready, hon?
Oh, you should try being from New Mexico. We have no actual, somebody from Texas is going to be able, you can tell the difference from somebody from Texas and somebody from Kentucky. Well, New Mexico doesn't have its own intonations, so Southerners tell me I'm not a Southerner, Northerners tell me I'm not a Northerner. And it's kind of funny because when I hear myself, I don't sound like a Southerner, but anybody without a heavy Southern accent usually tells me I sound Southern. And it's like, I am so lost. I'm like, I've always been the bounce around kid because I grew up in the Virgin Islands, Florida, in St. Thomas, and then in New Mexico. So to me, I don't have an accent because I've heard so many of them, it kind of blended off.
But Rebel, can you tell the difference between Northern Michigan and Southern Michigan, the way they talk? You understand what I'm asking, right? So, like, I'm comparing Boston to New York. I mean, it's about relatively the same miles, but can you tell somebody from Northern Michigan or Southern Michigan?
Not always, but there are certain tells because there are also, like DK was talking about, the little nuances. There are certain words they use that people in Southern Michigan don't use. And coming here from a different state and being kind of in the middle, it was really weird because it was just kind of a mash of everything. And then to throw me into more confusion, you of course get the snowbirds because I'm in a coastal town. And they come from all over and they pick up accents from all over and words from all over. So I'm glad it wasn't another language I had to learn. The dialect was hard enough, and I still call soda soda.
Can I just pause for a moment on this conversation for a second? But anyways, I just want to welcome Jamie. Good morning, Jamie. It's good to see you. And everybody, if you could, we're kind of having a slow warm up here, so retweet the space because I do really have big concerns about the children missing in Hawaii. And we might be talking about this right now, but we're going to segue into some stuff that's pretty heavy or serious here. But I'm enjoying the conversation. Please retweet the space, and I thank everybody for coming. Jamie, are you okay? Then we're going to go to Jacqueline, and then I want to hear from Minsky too. Jamie, what's up?
Yes, thanks for the co-host. I'm sorry I can't right now. I'm about to head out to Indianapolis. I was gonna come up and say, "Hola, cómo estás, compadres?"
I like it. I like it. Ben,
Just
Ben,
messing with you. Muy piquito here.
Good to see you, Jamie. Good to see you, Jamie.
Yeah, I miss spending time with you, Jamie. But enjoy your day. Whatever happens, happens. It's just
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm going
yeah.
out to pick up somebody in the airport, and I'm even trying to see if I can hook up with Goats for a few minutes or something. So we'll see. He's out and about today, so yeah.
Yeah, that's
Nice.
awesome.
That's killer. I want to meet Goats. I want to sit around a bonfire with that guy and cook breakfast.
Exactly. He seems so chill and cool. Yeah. Nice
So
and relaxed personality. I really enjoy talking with him, and I hope I get to meet him, if not today, soon. So yeah.
Yeah, every so often when he unmics, it sounds like it's actually the Star Trek Enterprise. I don't know. The other day, it really resembled it. It sounded like he should be doing like, Stardate, blanky blank. This is Goats. I don't know. It just sounded just like the Starship Enterprise to me. Jacqueline.
I just wanted to clarify that thumbs down was supposed to be a thumbs up. Continue.
Okay. I think Minsky had her hand up. Minsky, you want to jump back in?
Yeah, I had to jump out and jump back in because I couldn't hear Jamie. But so I was going to drop something down in the bubble real quick. I wanted to share this with you guys because I noticed, I don't know if you guys have noticed lately, but the Democrats who had been totally staying away from the subject after Sound of Freedom came out, they were just completely, totally silent on the subject. Because it has gained so much momentum, I'm noticing a lot of Democrats are now talking about in their campaigning here on Twitter. Attorney General Josh Stein here in North Carolina just posted about how he's going to fight child sex trafficking. So, of course, I had to tweet or reply underneath that and lambaste him a little bit. But I just want to tell you guys, it's working because even the Democrat politicians are now having to throw the subject into their campaign.
Precisely. Yeah, if they don't, it doesn't look too good. Anybody that isn't on board with fighting against these things. Marlon.
it's awful funny. Honestly, guys, I'm going to tell you right now, when we started out in the NOAA spaces, there were 6 people in these spaces, right? Now, they were all complaining about these other spaces are so big and they're treating truckers like idiots, and it's awful funny now. A lot of people picked up on it. Maybe Jacqueline, to your point, and Matt and Nika and Jamie, Minsky, DK, Rebel, maybe it's working. I mean, maybe they are listening, guys, right? Because they know that we are true Americans standing up here and saying something about it. So, and I will die on that hill to the end. So, I'm kind of blown away. maybe even flattered in a little bit. So I don't know.
Well, I think they realize that Twitter is becoming quickly the public square. It always was the public square, but now the people are using it in a different way. See, that's the thing. Your mindset, if you're on Twitter and you're using your account to uh, not focus your energy properly, then it truly is just for entertainment purposes only, and you're really just floating around, not really doing anything much. But when the people come together and actually talk the issues, then it becomes truly the public square. Now you have the people actually talking, and then these politicians will be listening because you can't avoid it. Every news network, it's going to get out there by somebody who's on here, and they're going to be listening. So it gets out there. I hear it. It's funny. We'll talk about stuff, and then we start hearing it in the news feeds. It's kind of almost in the reverse direction at times. Sometimes we talk about what's in the news, but most of the time I hear them following up with what we're talking about in here. It's blowing my mind. DK.
Yeah, I was so I have a lot of people around me that are not of like mind, right? But that are still friends. And so socially, So I was out with a friend of my neighbor actually, and she's, still believes the news and all of that stuff. So, we were talking about Hawaii thing, and she didn't know hardly anything about it, of course, because they weren't, focusing it on the news. And, I was talking about it a bit and how funny, how strange it is, all these things that were happening. And she just kind of looked at me like, where are you getting this information, And I said, well, I mean, I learned a long time ago that the news is, propaganda, not telling us the truth. So I like to listen to people on the ground. And so, like, in the location of where it's happening. And I said, I listened to a lot of those interviews that people put out, from people in Hawaii that were talking. So that's where I got mine. Maybe you should look into that. And she just kind of looked at me weird. And I know that we changed the subject, but I know that she made her think, and I think that little bit of just making people think that maybe they should look somewhere else for information. And maybe then if they like say, oh yeah, I went on Twitter and I heard something, then you can introduce them to spaces and things like that. I mean, people learn a lot from this, and it is a form that we need to use while we have it anyway. So I like it.
Well, the thing that's boggling my mind right now is that supposedly the FBI releases 388 people are missing, but I hear of well over 1,000, maybe up to 1,500 people missing, and most of these are children and families have gone missing. Anyways, it doesn't, to me, something I can't get the right, I'm looking at it and what's being released, and it's just something isn't adding up for me. It's making me very concerned. Marlon.
Well, I can tell you the older crowd, right? And I guess I can say I never realized this until maybe right now. Maybe I am the older crowd. I don't know. But watching the evolution of everything that I've been told as a kid to the evolution of where it is now, unfortunately, somebody that's 25 or 28 or 30 years old, I'm not discounting them as an adult, but they couldn't possibly have the exposure that the older crowd had and be able to depict some of the lies. And I can tell you right now, the older crowd has called it out. I think that's what we're doing up here. And that's why we're talking about this, because the older crowd just can't take it anymore, right? If we change the process that we vote and we come up with some kind of judicial foundation that we can stand on our vote again, I think that would concrete it for the American people, and we'd be able to come together in a lot of different unity ways. I see that. If that happens, that in my heart, I believe that mechanism is there, and it's happening, but we're just not hearing about it.
Well, look, when people say, action items and things like that, I got to working on writing, actually teaching myself how to try and begin to write legislation myself. and to introduce it. And my introduction into this is working with NOAA. NOAA has the 1980 Carrier Act that isn't working well now for them, and there's some issues in the industry. So I'm practicing that with them to bring about transparency in the transportation industry for them. That's been going good, teaching myself how to do these things. But what I see MAGA Mission going in the future, my vision, my hope is that we all come together with these issues. And it doesn't matter if it's the fight against child trafficking or what it is, if it's NOAA, it doesn't matter what it is, the change is going to happen in the laws and the legislation ultimately. So what I'd really like to do is get good at this and present these things to the right people and at least get it in front of the people that change things in law and in politics, true people that can look at this and understand the language that we're presenting to them and pick it up, refine it, and enter it into legislation as a bill or a law or an act. Reform. I want to see reform or a replacement of outdated things that aren't serving us or being introduced currently into law. So MAGA Mission is trying to work on this stuff so that we can present these ideas to the right people in politics for change. Now, that's what I'm working on. That's my dream and vision. And what's happening is NOAA is an organization, CATS is an organization, Shepherd's Watch is an organization. These people want to see change too. So to support them, they're going to do the work on the ground. The people are going to bring it, and then hopefully we'll bring this change through that process. That's how I see it. I don't know, Marlon, what do you think? That's what I'm envisioning.
Well, remember, everybody wants this fail swoop, and it's never going to be a guillotine here, guys. Get this vision out of your well, it's been put there, right? This vision that, hey, Donald Trump's going to be the savior, and it's going to happen with him, and it really doesn't. Unfortunately, it starts with us. I think, his message was that we need to get back and use the tools that we have, right? The tools that we've been the tools that we have been given, and we've forgotten how to use them. So I'm sure Minsky's got something to say. And for the future of where we can go is really the sky's the limit now. We get one or two legislations under our belts, guys, and with the part of the community coming in and helping and adding to, and, actually what you say may be submitted to Congress. That's monumental in my eyes. So, Minsky.
Yeah, I wanted to go back to and pick up on what you said regarding the older generation. I think it's going both ways right now. One thing that I'm seeing a lot is the older generation is a lot more wary of losing freedoms and privacy than the younger generation. The older generation knew a time when you could trust that your conversation was private, and we respected and appreciated and protected that privacy. But with the dawn of the new age of, everything online and social media and children needing so much attention these days, and they learn to get that attention from public posts and social media that they're not getting where they should be getting it. They have learned to not only forget to respect and appreciate and protect their privacy, they've learned the opposite. They've learned to just not even care about privacy anymore and go for all of this public attention. I think the older generation needs to help them be very mindful of that mistake. But the younger generation taught me something. I'm going to share one personal experience. I was raised to always trust and respect police officers and our judicial system and our legal system. And only after I was arrested and the lawfare hit for 3 years, and I ended, after 2 years, when I finally got that body cam footage and realized how they actually felt, how they truly felt, the police officers, because I'd been attending Back the Blue events. I mean, I was all for Back the Blue, There are good cops that are helping me right now. So I'm not saying that I don't back the blue. I'm just saying we were taught something that we need to also be wary of, and that is that we can't always trust the government, our officials, our representatives, the people with the badges in front of us. We need to also learn how to be wary. And it was a very young man that taught me that. And I dropped a screenshot of his ex profile, his Twitter space, his Twitter profile in the purple bubble. He was the one who actually managed to land and leak the body cam footage in my fight after I unsuccessfully fought for it for 2 years and then was put under a gag order and couldn't share it. He shared it. And I'm telling you, I got a call back from the guy who actually leads Back the Blue in North Carolina. He reached out to me, and police officers reached out to me. So many people reached out to me, so very angry over what they saw in that footage. And it's for a reason. And the younger generation actually is ahead of us on that, being wary on that one.
So if we don't take back some of our local control first, it's, again, coming out of Florida, General Flynn's number one message is, hey, what are you going to do about it? And I think that, he really impacted the crowd because he showed a case that was right there, right? But it's the same thing. It's the same thing. If we don't get involved in our local communities and local political processes, then there'll never be change. So it is up to us. That I think that was the best message coming out of Trump, was that he's just letting us know. It's kind of like what God does, right? God kind of lets us know what we need to do, and he gives us the opportunity. Maybe it's just, hey, that we need to step forward. I don't know. It always goes back to putting my armor on every day and be able to fight this.
Well, let's think about why getting involved locally is important. There's a reason for that. If you look at everything that happened, a lot of people blame Trump for not doing this, not doing that, but really the states they can say no. Each state is doing what they're doing. Each statute, each law, there's federal, which is the overall general, but then you go into state statute and their laws. That's why, each state kind of, unless they invite the government in directly and say, yes, you can come in here and you can oversee this thing or help us, pretty much the state can do what they want to do. So that's why each person in each county, each state is so important to drive that state and what's going to happen in that state and the laws that are being passed. So
yeah, but again, MAGA, didn't the Supreme Court give us a preview of where these decisions are going to go? They're going to take this out of the Supreme Court hands and give it back to the state, just like they did overturning Roe v. Wade, right? This was an example for the American people. Like, we need to go back to our states to capture them, because that Constitution overrides all constitutions in your own state. So that's how they set up the government. That's the way they could outroot corruption in our governments. These are the mechanisms. So I think it was a great example by the Supreme Court. I think it was about 1.5 years too slow, but everything's slow, right?
Right. Yeah, I know. Feels like it's molasses. Minsky, sorry.
Well, the wheels of justice roll slowly for a reason. We have a system of checks and balances that when we can keep corruption out, and our forefathers did warn us about that. If we can keep the corruption out, those checks and balances are there for a reason. And it's because we do need to move very slowly and carefully, because mistakes can be made. We're all human. Even the ones with best intentions can make laws that rebound in a bad way. And that's why the wheels of justice must move slowly. And I realized that. I understood that from the start when I took my case on. I didn't expect it to last 3 years and still be going, but I did expect a year maybe. I think that's good. I also think that states' rights, that's a good thing. I think it was abused. States' rights, good. Governments who want, or governors who want to abuse their position and their power of authority during emergency executive orders, bad. On that note, we're going to see that cropping up again because I've mentioned to you guys before, Mandy Cohen, the one that managed to successfully help Governor Cooper keep North Carolina on lockdown for 888 days under executive orders, is now our nation's CDC director, and she's really vamping up, and I'm really not liking what I see, so we do need to keep an eye on that. Otherwise, I think, though, if we keep the corruption out, I think states' rights helps to keep a balance where federal government doesn't have as much control. And on that note, I'm going to drop down to listener. I've got some art to put out.
Well, thanks for coming up, Mensky. Good to see you.
Well, like what you were saying, to put it into perspective, right? Anything that I'm working on right now, as far as with NOAA, some of this stuff isn't going to come to fruition or even be done for, or ready to be done and presented for over a year, or maybe at least a year minimum, to put it together and get everything right and have lawyers review it and have it ready to be presented. And then it has to be put on the floor, and then there has to be, that's going to be a whole process. So, something that you work on now might take, a year to 3 years before you ever really get some momentum legislatively, like if you're working on something like this. Marlon.
So really, MAGA, the whole process of bringing that legislation or an amendment up, it has to be lobbied out to all the players, right? All 535 players. So, and then you got to see who's going to pick up on it. And then it goes in front of a committee. So the committee will vote on it, whether it deems enough to go in front of Congress. So you have all these steps to build to be able to even present it. So now, the better part is NOAA's kind of, got it to the point where they can splash an amendment to it to get a quick fix, to help the industry now, and then open the door and see what the compatibility is going to be of the committee and make sure that, hey, the committee is going to agree. So as long as, again, we need to play the game. We need to play the game that they're playing. We need to reinstitute it back in. And it took them 3 decades to get here, in my opinion. So we got a lot of work to do. We got 3 decades of being behind to fix.
Yeah, Mike was talking about how he met with Chuck Schumer and Ted Cruz and some other people. And when he was sitting there in front of them, I mean, of course, his organization, he wants to talk about that stuff, but he did bring up, what about child trafficking and this and that? And the room just went dead silent. And they didn't even want to have that discussion.
Not one word uttered.
Yeah, it's just really disheartening to hear that report back. But again, he got the appointment. He got in front of them. And he can do it again. Other people can do that. You can get this in front of them. He did it. So NOAA is posed really well to introduce some of these things in front of certain people. Jamie.
Yeah, one of my big concerns, and we see this happening, is the C40, the smart cities thing happening, and the states, signing on to these things. And I don't think that they fully understand, the agenda that it's heading towards, and they don't get it. And, that's one of the things I appreciate about Albert, being willing to listen to it and speak about it and say, yeah, this is a problem because this has to do, and this has a lot to do with Hawaii as well. You know, all the documents have come out. It's not, you know, it's not a hoax or whatever. They wanted this to be the first smart island, and that was their plan. And they couldn't take the property because of historical, you know, value. So of course the historical value has been wiped out now. And you know, there's just a lot of other things to it. There was a lot of other incidences prior to the fire and whatnot. But yeah, when this, you know, relates back to our state people making voting on stuff or initiating things, like we were talking about to Albert the other day, that's unconstitutional. For them to implement these things without votes. So there's just so many avenues to it, and I'm particularly concerned about the C40, and the smart cities and whatnot, and what that's leading to. If you look at China, the UK, those are just a couple examples.
Hey, Marlon, can I just jump in real quick? Look, Jamie, what you said about historical value, removing that, I just want to say something about, you know, that land, whether there's a building standing there or not, that's the people's land there, and those people's land, and the Hawaiian people's land. So
Oh, I completely agree with you. I'm
they
just
they can
talking
wipe
about
that.
the
I understand.
documents.
I
Yeah.
understand. I'm not disputing what you said. That's not. I'm
Yeah.
segueing into my own thoughts. Okay,
Yeah.
so I'm just saying, literally, the spirit of the island. You can't just wipe a building away and wipe away the spirit of the people that stood there.
No,
That's
and from
yeah.
like day
So
one, I told you they're gonna have problems because these people are they cherish their culture. They cherish every element of it, and this is not it's not going to be acceptable to them in any form. I said that from day one. This is going to be a problem.
well, the entire island is sacred ground. So just there is no bending on this issue. There is no negotiating this issue. The island is sacred ground. No is the answer. We cannot have it. End of story. Marlon.
Yeah, but what did our media tell us? You know what our media told us is that Joe Biden went there 2 weeks late. You look at the crowd that gave him the finger of the motorcade from airport to airport, and they insulted these people coming in and giving them $700 apiece. I mean, again, we go back to, you know, us funding the war in Ukraine. We spent $248 billion. We just gave them another 26. American people don't even know that. We just gave them another 26, you know, so let's put it in perspective. You gave another country 26 billion, but Maui's on fire and they get $700 a piece. I mean, what could possibly be the number? 100 million? I mean, let's put it in perspective, right? This is what I'm talking about as far as where, and I'm not looking back at the younger crowd and pointing a finger, but these processes that some of the older crowd have seen this story before, right? So if anything, hopefully, you know, they'll listen to some older folks that have been down these political processes and have been seasoned to be able to look out for these problems, so that, hey, you know, we can speak as a united voice, right? That's what we're aiming at. So, and it doesn't matter who you are or what you look like. You know, Oliver Anthony really showed America a great example of what patriotism looks like, right? Man, I go back to I go back to the reaction videos, and I am astonished that I saw the patriotism come out of these people. It was quite moving, man. So, thanks, brother.
Well, when you talk about seasoned people that have been doing stuff for a while and know what to do and locally and things like that, it makes me think about Rob Burke. I mean, he has a lot of experience out there. Him with three other ladies that he works with in Boston were put on a I didn't call it a hit list, just, you know, put on a blacklist. I don't know what you want to put it. Put on a list of public concern for their fight, you know, against indoctrination of children and other things, and fighting for things out there. And once you're on this list, it's like, I don't know. It's almost like what Nixon did. It's almost like creating an enemy list finding that list shows bias. It's like the fight. You can see that they're actually behind the eight ball because of what they're trying to do publicly or what they're trying to do to bring change. And so you have these people that put them on a list, and then they all of a sudden, everybody is fighting against them.
Well, I've been on the blacklist my whole life. Nobody wants to talk to me.
Well, yeah, you were talking about how, when you show up, certain people are like, oh no, here's this guy again. When you were fighting for the against the wind turbines, which were not stopping that fight. Actually, last night I was putting out some things about that, and so I know you're still in that fight, and they know you by name. You keep popping up, and when you come in the door, they kind of start to get a little bit. They're like, "Oh no, here he comes."
Well, let me, yeah. Well, the consultants, they're the ones back there squirming, right? These are the people that we hire to head these political campaigns, and even your GOP cons you into hiring these consultants, right? These consultants work for both sides, and we know it. A smart person can look at it. When I see one of my advisors or political consultants, sitting next to the opposition and hee ha ha, and hey, we got them. Then there's other people that see this activity, right? And we pay for this into our campaigns, into your GOP funds, and this is all part of the game, right? So yes, they absolutely squirm. So and they're going to they're going to be squirming a lot more here really quick. That's the better part. And yeah, we need to make examples.
Well, something made me just think of something. So maybe the same process that they're using to do these things off of the shores with the green energy and all these things, maybe, it's almost like this plan that they have for this land possibly in Hawaii. Not that they're going to put wind turbines there, but it's almost like a similar process to just saying, this is for the better good. We're just going to do this thing, and nobody's voting on it. There's all this money behind it. It's really out of the citizens' hands. You know what I mean? It's almost like maybe a similar land grab process thing, just to take the shoreline like that and just start putting wind turbines up without anybody being able to stop it. I wonder if it's some kind of similar process, the way they're cutting people out and taking control in that way. They could use those same tactics for this land in Hawaii like that. Hopefully, I'm articulating that correctly.
Well, I don't want to put the tinfoil hat on too much. We need to be grounded, and I'm sure that these stories are coming out. If we, and real quick, I'll go back to Jamie, but if you think about it, what they're telling us is that these bodies aren't even recognizable. I mean, guys, something's very weird there. Let me tell you, you could probably have 4 or 5 fires that would not burn those bones to disintegration. They can't even identify where the bodies are. I mean, this is strange. It's just, yes, to put my tinfoil hat on, there's been conspiracies in the past that there's been naval ship submarine bases there in Hawaii. They've almost proven this. How many other places do they have these? What are the lies that we've been told? Oh my God, go ahead, Jamie.
Yeah, there's 2 places that have direct energy weapon facilities. They have an actual military force for it, and so Maui is one of those. I can't remember the other one right this second. Haven't had enough coffee. But yeah, some of the concerns with Hawaii is the laws with they're not really laws, but the stuff that they've set in is if you see what's happening with Hawaii, the water is contaminated and can't be drank. The land is contaminated because, like I said, there was also a massive, there's other things that have happened. So at the top of the volcano, which is a sacred area that they do celebrations on, there's been, there was previous to the fire, there was also a major chemical spill. So with these Agenda 30 things and whatnot that they've implemented, if the ground is deemed uninhabitable, then they've given themselves the right to assess the land. And so this is the problem we're coming into with Hawaii. So that's the concerns. And so there's about 4 elements. I can't name them all right now, but yeah, that's what you're speaking about, Matt. That's a big concern here, because these non-laws, whatever you want to call them, these things that have been implemented and put in without being voted on, this is some of those things that these agendas contain. Same in Ohio, and these are the concerns with taking people's property because it's been deemed uninhabitable. So great concern. And the body temperature, the heat, another thing Marlon said, with the identification of the bodies. Now, it is a very strange thing. As you guys know, I've had to lay to rest a lot of my family recently. And, when I go to the mortuary to make the decisions and the choices, there's a key question they ask you on those forms. And do you want the ashes back uncrushed or crushed? Because you normally, I think it's 2,700 degrees, the bones are still remaining, and they have a machine and they have to crush them. So on the point of what Marlon said, this is very odd because it
You would
takes
have
extreme
fillings.
heat. What
Jenny,
Marlon?
you'd have fillings out of people. You'd have screws and limbs and prosthetics. You would have things that would be left behind.
Yeah, and if you look at one of the initial videos that came out, there was that dog, and it looks very much Pompeii-ish to me. So that is extreme heat. That's not normal fire heat. So there are some very odd things with this, with what's going on. Sorry, didn't
Morning.
mean to silence you.
No, you're not. I was drinking my coffee too. Kiwi Lass, what's up? I for some reason my other co-host spot is locked up. I don't know how it got locked up, but I tried throwing you one. But Kiwi, what's up, Kiwi?
So good morning. I got pulled into the room. I'm in bed, but I'll talk anyway. So the second base is in Antarctica. It's Raytheon base, or it's Raytheon weapons down there. That's what triggered the earthquakes here in New Zealand. 2010, 2011, that collapsed Christchurch City. So some of that, I believe, that they took the advantage of that and certainly did some land grab. We're in the biggest heist in our history, which is our land, our property. This is obviously more evident as we see more supposed natural disasters happening. Now, I'm with you when it comes to the body. The bones take a lot more to disintegrate, and I don't think it's that. And even then, I do believe you've got to fundamentally pick it up in your hand and crush it like a lump of dry dirt before it would crumble down like that. So sitting in these buildings, you should still have a relative structure of a human being, to my knowledge. Now, as for this Raytheon weapon, I don't want to take it off the table. Could this Raytheon weapon that they used here also open up magma chambers and send a throttle of magma that direction? It is plausible, because people were talking about trees burning from the inside. And I have to come back to that fact. For that to happen, they would have been probably more likely sparked from underneath through the root system, where a lot of sap tends to ball up. And if sap is soft and it's seeping down in the ground, because the heating of magma underneath as well, that certainly could be a slow ignite. And I just want to put that on the table. Now, I don't think that's what happened, but that is a plausibility, because I got to look how some of these winds were and how that fire was dancing across the road. And I'm scratching my head how it could have, if it was like that, how it could have burnt itself through all the houses. You know, it should have skipped a lot more than it burnt, theoretically. And we should have seen a lot more trees burnt than we did, theoretically. And if you go across that, if what's shown online here, there is a shade of blue, or a blue that does not burn through lasers. Now, we've seen the buildings, we've seen the cars, and then I've seen somebody do a video with a laser test on different color materials, and it did burn the blue, but you would have had to have held the laser there considerably for a longer period of time. So there's certainly a shade of blue that slows a lot of this down. So that's a theory. That could be a mechanism to combating it too. But at the end of the day, what we do know is that the elites are claiming all our land. They are trying to drive us out of home and business in every aspect we see. This is no different than burning down and looting a block of buildings to put them out of business and out of home and out of pocket to allow a corporation to buy up a block of buildings cheaper. So how do you buy up something cheaper? You devastate it first. So I'm just throwing that on the table.
Thank you, Kiwi. Yeah, a lot of stuff you said was incredible. There's a lot to digest there. Makes you think and go in different directions. But Jamie, please jump in.
And
Jamie.
one of the things you said, Kiwi, is interesting because I have been watching the videos, and sometimes you just got to turn the videos down and ignore the commentator. Eat the fish, leave the bones, kind of stuff. But what I did find interesting about what you said about the volcano, there is something going on, because a couple of the videos that were done by personal people in Hawaii, the fire was coming up through the floor of their house. So kind of leans toward a little more of that, there's something going on underneath. And that would explain some of the skipping. And then also you were speaking about the sap. Now, one of the things with sap is they can create those bubbles. And that kind of goes along with what people were describing, that these like chunks of coal kind of things were, just hitting them. And that sounds more like a sap thing, or
burnt sap. Yep.
Yeah, because it bubbles and it explodes like that. And so I just wanted to comment on those two things you said, because there's definitely some odd things in these videos having to do with that. And there is something to do with under the ground, because I saw the videos with my own eyes, and the lady filming it, and the fire was shooting out of her kitchen floor. So yeah.
Well, I only went down that pipeline because I heard this whistleblower recently talk about the quakes here in New Zealand, right? And now we're talking tectonic plates. And I lived in the South Island when that earthquake happened. So the tectonic plate splits the South Island. It splits right down through the Alps. And here at the North Island, where I'm now, I live in the upper section of the Bay of Plenty. I live in Waihi. So if you look at, it's like the catcher's mitt. So the big scallop out the side is the Bay of Plenty. I live in the upper echelon of that. Well, all of this island is peppered with volcanoes and a super volcano. But that fault line comes down from Tonga. It comes all the way down in towards the Bay of Plenty before it curves around the Bay of Plenty. But a subsidiary fault line comes in to Lake Taupo, which is our super volcano. Remember, just a few years ago, White Island exploded as well. So I'm kind of questioning that a wee bit too, because that was not normal. And nor was the Honga Tonga volcano either, because she rose up out of the water slowly over time, but she subsided pretty friggin' fast after she exploded. And there was a few other things. Remember a video going around, they were saying that was a triggered off, somebody dropped something in that volcano. So if you can circle back to that volcano and find that video when it exploded, people said you could see something being dropped above it. So, or a missile or something. So we can only start putting theories on the table. So one of my theories is the magma in the world pushes up from the southern hemisphere. So what do you have to do when you bleed breaks? You got to bleed the bubbles out, right? So you got an air bubble and a liquid bubble. Well, if they're doing this in the magma chambers, they could have a pocket of magma there that they could shoot off. And that can apply a lot of pressure. And I'm just going down that whole theory in my own head the last few weeks, what's been going on and what's coming out with the whistleblowers. And that's why I say it's only my theory.
Yeah.
But it gives credibility to a lot of what's starting to come out.
I think that there's been some mapping of the magma of the Hawaiian Islands, and I gotta dive into that and see, because there could be outlets or pockets like you're speaking of that have been figured out, and there should be some data there, and I'm looking into it, and I'm sure it's been mapped. I know for a fact the magma chambers have been mapped to the Hawaiian Islands, or looked into the flows. Marlon.
So, Kiwi, you're on the Pacific Rim. That's cuts down through that South Island, right? And if you look at the way that even New Zealand was created, Hawaii is some kind of hotspot that burns through the Pacific Plate, and it's the hotspot stays in the same spot. It's just the tectonic plate moving over top of it. That's why you were able to develop Hawaii, right? So, but if you look at the way that because Hawaii is a very young chain, right? And I have to say, in British Columbia, you are on the Pacific Rim. And I told you when we went there was areas where they were spitting these invertebrates out that have been laying on the ocean bottom for 350 million years. And here's this mountain spitting them out, right? Elevation like 4,000 feet. So it was incredible to see, that. But yeah, anyway, we could go way down the tectonic plate.
To give you a little a cue about New Zealand. New Zealand is only the Alps of a greater continent called Zealander. And it was one of the bigger continents out there. It was actually bigger than Australia when it was in its heyday. So you should definitely look into the continent of Zealander. The island New Caledonia, right? That was actually part of Zealander at the time. So it's amazing how much our land mass has changed over the time that we know of. So imagine how much we definitely don't know of. I wanted to say something to you, Magga. You're talking about the magma chambers. Frig me days. See, tired. You know.
Uh-huh.
Um,
I'm tired too. We've
no,
been,
it's
we,
all
but I just started drinking my coffee.
right. Right. So go to YouTube, look up the Sean Ryan show. Right. I can't remember the guy's name straight off the top of my head, but look for the one that's got Antarctica written on it. Eric Heck. It might be Eric Heck. Anyway, get the guy's name. He was a firefighter down in Antarctica, right? And he's the whistleblower about this. Now, I believe he had done his thing in Congress, but that wasn't one of the live videos that we got because we got all the UFO stuff, UAP stuff. But I think his was meant to be he was meant to be the other one at Congress. But he definitely spoke on the Sean Ryan show. So when it comes to energy weapons, I think he might be the guy to be talking with and getting some more stability in the conversation, there, Magga, if that makes a lot of sense. So we know we're not going in the wrong direction here.
Well, and these energy weapons that you're talking about initially were to focus on maybe like a projectile or a warhead to heat it up and, take it out of the sky. And they have these mounted on planes. It's been in the military for a long time. I mean, well, I don't know. I could look at how long it's been in the military, but they've been working on this focus beam that can do this or disable an aircraft, do whatever you want to do with it.
Right. That's the
So
laser. That's the laser. Now, this one that created the earthquake was done in the dumbs down in Antarctica. So I think that changes that altogether.
Well,
I
we hope
don't
so,
know.
right? We hope so, right? Kiwi?
Well, all I'll say is go get that podcast, get that guy's name, and try and reach out to him because this is where we have to start questioning what we do know, what we think we see, and get some validation for somebody who has more of an idea on that for themselves. He's the person I would sort of lead towards. I'm
yeah,
sure.
usually it's good to put it down in the comment section down below. Because I don't like obfuscation and speculation myself, Kiwi, and that's not what we're doing here. So if you got information, just put it down in the comments below, and then that way we can go get that data and do that research for ourselves.
I'll send it to you tonight.
You
Because
could
I'm in
don't you
bed.
have the link that you could just put down and share right now in the bottom?
I'll get up and get on my
Oh, I'm
laptop.
sorry. I'm
No, it's
sorry.
all right. No, it's
I
all right.
thought.
I'm in bed. He's just Sean Ryan on the Sean Ryan show. It's YouTube.
Okay.
When I get out, when I get off here out of the room, I'll just go and grab it quickly and send it to you or Marlon. I'm not the best. I have to think out the box because I'm not well read like a lot of you guys. But when I listen to a lot of people like the Sean Ryan show and all the whistleblowers that come on and the validations that these guys bring with them, it makes me question things. Like I've gone back and questioned the whole Christchurch thing. And I've gone back to everything that I remember and all the posts that come out after the Christchurch. And all he did was validate what we already knew over here. It's all he did was validate it. And all I've taken is his validation from that and thought out the plausibilities of Maui. And I have to have a high plausibility on the table that this could be a magma chamber, but it's not necessarily the only thing. I do think they cash in on disasters and create a pocket of them at the same time so they can disguise one of the things that they've generated that they don't want us to think about out
Well,
of the blue.
what I was trying to get to is, as much as we could speculate if it's foul play, nature, man, whatever, regardless of all that, it's what we're in right now, right? So we have a disaster that has occurred. No matter how it occurred, we can get to that. But right now, we got to get to is to what is America going to do to help the Hawaiian people now? How are we going to help them preserve their sacred land and not let it be taken from them? Things like that. And what are we going to do with the inconsistent numbers of the missing and those types of things? Holding our government accountable for assistance and aid when they have a national emergency, bringing us into debt over helping Americans. When you look, you could go deeper and look at each presidency and look at how much each one contributed to our national debt, and you could find some interesting data there to change your mind. If you have any idea of what's going on, you would. What's up, Kiwi?
But while you were just saying that, wouldn't it? See, again, I'm not really familiar with how your system works, but wouldn't it border treason that he's giving all this money to Ukraine and not doing what he has to do for Maui?
Well, when we tried to count the impeachable offenses alone, we were well above numbers that were ridiculous. So the exercise was fun when we did it, and I challenge anybody to name, or just not even name, just count it on your own and tell me when you come up how many impeachable offenses, at least, not even treasonous, just impeachable offenses to date. That just give me a number. I love that game. Anyways, I got to, Kiwi, please mute your mic so I don't have to do it for you. And then Thomas, I just want to say hi, Thomas. Thanks for joining us. And you can open with, how many impeachable offenses do you think have already been committed by the pretender in chief?
Oh, I think right off the top of my head, I'm counting 8 or 9 good impeachable offenses, at least 8 or 9, and we're probably talking about a higher number for sure. So, Matt, Marlon, thank you guys for bringing me up. Caius, I appreciate the email, the reminder for the space. Matt, if you don't mind, I'd like to just share a tweet that I posted this morning, and I think it actually goes into some of the discussion that we're having here. So if you don't mind, I'd like to read it.
Please, Thomas.
Okay, so this morning, about an hour ago, I posted, danger. This is a fictitious account and not an actual discussion with Joe, though it completely follows the current narrative being played out on the American people. For an example, Mr. President, can you talk about the fires which destroyed Maui? Joe Biden, no comment. Mr. President, can you talk about the new COVID variant which is on the rise? Joe Biden, yes, I can. I am authorizing emergency funding to Pfizer for immediate development of a vaccine. I will invest billions of the Americans' hard-earned tax dollars to ensure Pfizer is well-funded, because I and so many of those in the Senate and Congress are backed by the purchases we have made in their stocks. We want to ensure that the money we funnel into the front doors of Pfizer is ultimately leaked out the back door, back into the pockets of us, the ultimate wealthy lords. Accountability, accountability, accountability. We were taught accountability in the military. We were accountable for our actions, for our speech, for our very way of life, while we faithfully served and protected and defended our nation. Where are those same level of accountability which our elected officials are supposed to serve the people under? The answer is simple. Most politicians don't care about everyday Americans. who are busting their backsides because we love being Americans. Most politicians completely forget the American people when they get into power. They no longer live under the same morals which most Americans do. It is time to bring politics under accountability standards. Term limits is necessary because of the filthy corruption which we the people see being played out every single day right in front of us, yet most politicians could care less. Accountability must be taken back by the American people. We the people are saturating our local, state, and national offices with honest, hardworking, God fearing people, and we will bring accountability back to those who have failed our nation. And it's just, I mean, I think it's a statement that so eloquently fits this discussion that we're having right now. And believe it or not, I am working my tail off to bring that accountability back to the American people. So, once again, Matt and Marlon, thank you very much. I appreciate the time.
Wow, I don't know about what Marlon's going to say after that, but I want to say thank you. That was great. And Thomas, you are working hard, and we do support Thomas and his work that he does and what he's trying to do. So, you know, it's interesting that not enough American people are actually filling the vacant seats in their local precincts. Some people have the time, some people don't, and I understand that. There's other things that you can do. It starts at the basis of just registering to vote, number one. You know, it doesn't matter if if you want to stay independent, stay independent. You know, make your decision at the time when it's right for you. You don't have to necessarily declare your alliance to any one party. I think that, I like to have conversations with people on the left and the right and people that are maybe independents as well, and look at all the angles and have those discussions. But Thomas, God bless you, sir, and anything we can do to help, and I'll take a look at that. Put whatever information you want down below, and if you want to put something up in the nest, you're more than happy to put that up in the nest. Okay, buddy? Marlon, please.
Hey, and again, let's go back to the political talk, right? Thomas is one of these candidates that we need to invest in. Could you imagine years from now, Thomas is in the position where he's in Congress making decisions, and we're able to go, and Jamie's able to call him up, and Nika's maybe able to call him up, and we have a relationship with this guy, right? So Thomas, that's why we're standing behind Americans, man. So I thank you for coming up, and again, your election is in 2026. So look at how far out this veteran is working the campaign, right? These are the things that we need to look for. So Thomas, thanks for coming on.
No, thank you, Marlon and Matt. Once again, I appreciate you hosting these spaces. Marlon, you as well. It's definitely necessary conversations that we need to be having. And, Matt, I couldn't agree with you more, and Marlon, you as well. We need to get the Americans back into the voice of our politics. And, if I can be a front runner for, having those discussions, for bringing those Americans' voices back, I would be honored to do it. I love this country. I love our nation as a whole, and I will do everything in my power to work with the American people for the betterment of our country. So thank you again very much, gentlemen.
Well, Thomas has been put on the legacy speaker spot on our website. If you go to magamission.org, you can look at the featured host. You can also see our legacy speakers list, which is predominantly American citizens that are stepping forward to put their hat in the ring and actually take a stand politically. And we support that. If somebody wants to get into whatever you're doing locally, in either as a precinct committeeman or if maybe you're running for House or Senate, whatever it is. And if you have, if you want to do that, I'd love to talk to you and at least hear what you have to say. And I think that's what the American people need to hear. They need to have the conversations with people like Thomas. Doesn't matter which side or what politician it is. They need to come to the public square and have those conversations, whether they're uncomfortable or not, whether the people support them or not. They should hear that kind of reflection from the voices of the people. That's what this is about. So great that you're here, bud. Marlon.
So, and that's these Americans standing up like Thomas, right? Well, why do you think we're behind Albert, right? Albert's got a great message. This man is an American. Why wouldn't we project that? Whether his aspirations are too big or not, we still need to stand behind these guys, because these are the guys that are going to be in our cabinets. They're the guys that are going to be involved in our local government. So if you can imagine building relationships from here, it would pay dividends for decades to come, guys. This is the way the process works, right? We just need to get back to it, because the Dems have been kicking our asses for 30 years.
Well, see, Albert is in a peculiar situation. And let me lay it down to the people, okay? So MAGA Mission supports these endeavors. It's the citizens that need to actually endorse these endeavors, actually stand behind them and go to their campaign. And in Albert's case, okay, it's unique in this case. For him to get onto the political platform and actually be on the debate stage, he needs 40,000 endorsements. Okay, now the endorsements for him to actually achieve that is pretty insurmountable, but it's not that hard to do. And for him, as little as $1 donation is your endorsement. Now, it's not about the money, because that money goes into a fund that he cannot access. He cannot use it for his own means. And that money will be paid forward to, who is the right person that possibly is the primary, selection. So he's going to push that forward. So the money's not gone. But in order to get a regular American citizen up there, the challenge for him to do that is almost insurmountable. He needs 40,000 people to say, yes, I want a regular American citizen to be able to get up there and debate. And it would shake politics as we know it if more people would stand behind these people that are coming out of nowhere that want to do good, and they actually can do it, and they can speak the language, and they actually do want to save America. So what I'm saying, it's insignificant, but your endorsement is everything. As far as financially, it's insignificant as far as your pocketbook to make that happen. So I'm not trying to do a money drive here. I'm trying to do an endorsement drive for people like Thomas and Albert and American citizens that do step forward and actually do try to do something. Because if we don't back them, guess what? We'll get the same old politicians that we've always gotten in there. And they very well might not be America first and might do some bad things. So wouldn't we want somebody who's a normal person to get up there sometime, and one of us from our community? I don't know. Anyways, Marlon, I'm going to land it there.
I'll be quick and then go on to the hands. He is going to have this Gettysburg Address. It is pretty monumental. They don't let political figures go up there and talk, and he conned them into it. And not conned them into it, but he got them to accept this. Honestly, I may even have a chance to talk there. So if you can imagine, this has really never been done. So I'm kind of nervous. I hope that maybe it is going to be a little spot for us to be able to get up there and speak the community's message. I'm hoping. So I'm going to work on it.
Well, see, that's what MAGA Mission is trying to do. Where Marlon's been going, he went to Florida. He's going to the Gettysburg Address, which, that is monumental. But what I'm saying is it's baby steps. Marlon does what he can. We're all doing what we can. And you speaking there is part of getting the message to magamission.org, which then leads to the fight against child trafficking and all the different things that we're addressing and working on and bringing it all together. And I think MAGA Mission is doing great work. And Marlon, what you do is is incredible. And that's the kind of stuff that, like, when it comes to facts, what we started was the fight against child trafficking part on our mission. And what I'm inviting people to do is, if that's your passion and you're in a state or county or somewhere, we want to know about it. And we want to connect you with Shepherd's Watch and CATS and other organizations that are fighting that fight. If your mission is politics or whatever, we want to hear what you have to say and maybe support that. You know, it's one of those things where each case, we're looking at each contribution and what people are doing, and everybody's doing such incredible work. So I think, Marlon, you know, being there at Gettysburg Address, you'll hopefully get that message across to people, and people will listen. And anyways, I got to go back. I want to say hi to Texas because he hasn't spoken yet. And I know Kiwi and Minsky are waiting, but Texas, what's up, brother?
Yeah, I'll be real brief, man. Good morning, y'all. Hope y'all are doing well today. I'm sitting over in beautiful Gadsden, Alabama, chilling out. Thomas, Mr. Murphy, I don't know if you've seen it this morning. I tagged you in it, but I hit old Graham Cracker Head in the head pretty hard this morning. And every time that Rhino Neocon posts something, I'm going to hit him in the head. So that's what we all need to do, is start calling these politicians out and putting out who they are and what they are, so everybody else can see it. So every time he posts, I will hit him in the head, brother. When you get that damn guy out of there, he's trash. He's a Rhino. True blue to the core Rhino, and he's not what America needs. But I just want to say good morning, man. We got a lot going. I'm just chilling out with y'all. I've shared out the space to all my people, so we may get some more people in there. Hello, Miss Kiwi. I love you, honey. Minsky, you really inspired me yesterday. And to all the rest, Jamie and Steele and Marlon, good morning, y'all. Santino, I see we got all the regulars in here. I just want to say good morning and let you know, Thomas, I did tag you in that. Go check it out. But I put it in the pill down here. I did hit him in the head pretty damn hard, brother. But I'm for you, man. So, the more of us are for you, that's less against you, bro. So we got you back. Thank you.
Hey, Texas, I definitely saw your tweet this morning. I appreciate you tagging me in that. It's I can't catch everything. I will catch most things, so I do appreciate you tagging me in that. And I think I did give you a, I guess it's called a heart or whatever it is, for that post. I will repost it as well. But yeah, I definitely saw it, and thank you very much, sir.
So
I'm
it's
going to be.
not. Oh, go
Sorry.
ahead, Kiwi. No,
Yeah,
go ahead.
I'm going to be quick. I've dropped that YouTube link in the pill. I'm going to bail and go to sleep. It is 5 o'clock. I only got dragged in here, so I was going to bed before that. So do take it. Look, I hope you can reach out to this guy just to get some advice or a theory, or but that's where I would look. I would look with people that have got more experience than me. I'm only coming in this through what I see here from this angle. But I stand with you guys. You know that I love America. For freedom to reign around the world, we have to certainly keep America free, and that's the ground I'm certainly standing on alongside all you guys. So much love, much respect. Be safe, and I'll definitely catch up with you. And I'm going to bail and get some sleep, guys.
Thanks, Kiwi.
You're welcome.
Well, see you later, Kiwi, and thanks for coming up. It was great hearing from you today. And thank you for dropping that down in the Prilosec for people, because I want people to do their research and come to their own conclusions on things, and definitely get to the right information. We're trying to direct people to the right information, the right organizations. We're not trying to steer people towards bunk information, so to speak, as they'd say in California. That's totally bunk, dude. Minsky, what's up?
Hey, so I'm glad Texas Trucker was put in front of me, because he said something that I was going to touch on anyway. We do need to be hitting these politicians, and it's there's multiple reasons why that's very helpful. I started off doing that on Facebook after I was shadow banned, to the point that only 2 or 3 people, I went from 40, 50 people liking something in a day to 2 or 3 people seeing it at all. And I learned that if you go over to these politicians' pages and you put your comments underneath them, those politicians are not shadow banned, so your message gets out there. So I started learning how to get messages out via the politicians' pages when I started getting shadow banned. And over here, I took that over here to Twitter X, and I do the same thing. And earlier when I mentioned that Democrat, Josh Stein, that I had hit up, who actually posted about the child sex trafficking, I went back and asked a friend of mine what she felt like actually worked on that, because it's very difficult to get a Democrat politician anywhere to finally admit and state in public, in social media, that they realize it truly is a problem, and they're on it, and they're going to defend it, and they're going to take up the charge. And she said one of the things that they hit him with was something that I believe it was Brandy gave a statistic that told us that trans children sell at a higher price on the sex traffic market. So if you take one tiny little thing like that, one tiny little fact like that, that would cause a Democrat candidate to have to pay attention, and you harp on that and you put that statistic, that fact, that quote underneath, then that goes to his base. And right now is the best time to be hitting them, because they're all campaigning right now. Attorney General Josh Stein is campaigning to be the next state governor for North Carolina, so he's going into a big position if he wins, and I don't want him to win, so we're fighting. But we went over to his page and started giving him stats and information, and everything that Shepherd's Watch, Brandy, everybody was sharing with me, Advocate. We were taking that and putting it underneath, and now we've got him cornered, because now he said it publicly, and we need that right now, because what you were saying, Maga, about these children in Hawaii, we're going to need not just Republican politicians to be backing them and supporting them, because we are not high enough in number. So we're going to have to pull some Democrats over and get them to publicly admit that it's a problem. And that's how we're doing it. And you guys just look up some of these statistics, because one thing we do know is these people that are voting the Democrats in, they have children also. They care about the safety of their children. So we can get these Democrats to start putting it, admitting in public that it is a problem, and they have to support it. And on that note, I'm going to wrap up. I'm going to drop back down to listener. I did put in the Purple Pill a song. You guys know I dearly loved, we all in this room probably dearly loved Oliver's song, but I put one that we actually used. I sang this song to Governor Cooper for weeks after my arrest with a bullhorn. It's by JJ Grey, and I put it in the Purple Pill, and it's a perfect song if they start trying to do the shutdowns again. If these governors start getting crazy again, you guys go ahead and earmark that song, because it's a perfect one. It'll give you the good feels, and it'll help calm you, but it's also an excellent message for these governors when they start that crazy crap up again. You guys have a good one. I'm dropping back down to listener.
Yeah, thank you, Minsky. I think that the version that I'm seeing right now about their concern for the children is more going down the lines of life-saving, gender-affirming care. And that's how they're showing their care for the children, whereas the American people would like to show our care for the children in a much different fashion than that. And so when you approach them with the children and you start bringing it up and protecting them, they know that it's eventually going to get to that gender affirming care and how harmful it is for children, and what's going on with child protective services and a lot of these bills that are being written, and then children are being removed from homes, and that's a whole other thing. But I can see how all of it, once we get the door open through the pathway that you described, Minsky, it makes them accountable for all of it. And I think that might be a path. So just a thought from what you were saying. I got inspired from what you said, Minsky. And Marlon, yeah.
Yeah, just real quick, we just need to keep the pressure up, right? As citizens, as voters, we can't get discouraged when everything doesn't go our way. So we still need some time to be able to do that. And again, guys, there's a lot of silver lining that's out there that's already happening that we're not even talking about. We're not, this is part of the story that's not told, right?
Well, when you're making contacts with people like Laura Logan and General Flynn and some other people are actually not only shaking Marlon's hand, but they're actually listening to the spaces, the impact is, I think, coming, and it is happening. People are hearing it. So, and like we said earlier on, it seems like Twitter becomes the news, or at least the narrative gets out, and you can hear it outside. And you're like, that was being spoken of in Twitter, so people start to they're listening. I know that they're listening in these spaces.
One more quick thing, and I had a special moment, and I guess Minsky's next or Steeler. I'm not sure. I'm sorry. Hold on. I had gone and I wanted to get my watch fixed. My watch battery died, and I wanted to take it to the jeweler. And I go in there, and there's a crowd of people in there talking about Sound of Freedom. I thought that was like monumental for me. I came out of there with a smile ear to ear, knowing that word is getting out. My poll of people that I talked to, it was probably 60-40 who didn't hear it versus the people that heard it. They're hearing it now.
Yeah. Minsky.
Yeah, so we actually pushed until we got this Democrat candidate to say, and I quote, I'm reading it from the screenshot that I put in the purple pill, that he's made it his mission to put dangerous criminals behind bars and strengthen protections against child sex abusers. So we didn't leave him alone until he spelled it out. And it can be done. And the more Democrats we force into that, the more it becomes bipartisan. The more it becomes a bipartisan issue, the more children we can save. And that's our goal. That's our goal, guys. And one last thing, and then I really am shutting up and going down to listener. I'm in this space because not a lot of people really make a difference. People say a lot, they tweet a lot, they retweet a lot. Not a lot of people are actually making progress or making a difference. I'm one of those people after 30 years in this, after 30 years in the trenches, I'm not impressed easily. But anybody who hasn't already heard me say it, I'm in this space. I love Marlon. I love MAGA. I love Shepherd's Watch because they make a difference. They put their money where their mouth is. They put a lot of time and effort into it, and they are going to do big things.
We are all going to do big things, Nancy.
Hey, Minsky, I think I shared the right one, but did she drop? Oh, darn it. Oh, no, there you are. Hey, Minsky, if you want, you can post it up in the nest. But please, anything. I think I grabbed the right one, but if you got something, go ahead and post it up there for the people. And I know you put stuff down in the Prilosec, which is great. If you put it down there, it'll be in the tweet thread forever. You know what's really cool about a space? It's like a living tweet. It's a living discussion. It's like an organism. It has a life of its own and starts to grow in the comments. So I encourage everybody to retweet the space. That's how it grows. And then so that your voice can be heard and the things we're talking about. And please come up and grab a mic if you haven't yet. I see a lot of familiar faces downstairs. Don't be shy. Come up, say good morning or good afternoon. And yeah, Santino stepped up. What's up, Santino? Good to see you, brother.
Good morning, Maga. Good morning, Marlon. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, things are good, you know. At the end of the day, we have to wake up in the morning and think about all the things that we're talking about and how we can make a difference. And but still don't bring us down, you know. Like still go out there and bring positivity and. But everything you guys have been discussing, yeah, it is true. You know, we have to make a difference. We can't just, you know, sit there and post and post and post. We have to do things to go out there and help people, even if it's not for what your cause, like the cause you're fighting for. At least help people in general, because you know what, every little thing you do makes a huge difference and impact on everybody out there.
Well,
Yeah.
it's guys like you, Santino, coming up and sharing. So it's good stuff.
And my voice is finally coming back. I had a bit of laryngitis, but I'm feeling better. And yeah, it was a bit of a couple of 3 weeks, I guess, where I wasn't feeling so hot. I, I have what is it called? Anyway, that's exactly what
Diverticulitis.
I was diagnosed with, and it was really, really painful, guys. I can't tell. It was right in my abdomen. It was the most painful thing I could ever have imagined. And I don't like taking antibiotics because it really kills everything, you know. But I am taking them because I want it gone. Because if I don't take care of it, it could lead to other things like cancer and whatever. So I'm taking care of that. But 3 nights ago, I mean, the antibiotics are so strong that it actually took my voice took it away, you know. And I need my voice to get the word out there, right? But there's something I wanted to, just quickly. I found a post yesterday, and you know, it was interesting. I don't, you know, sometimes you look at these posts, you wonder. CIA agent confesses, we created Adrenochrome Farms where millions of kids are sold to VIPs. And I have a link. I didn't post it in X Twitter because I just don't know. But Adrenochrome Farms are operating in the United States, trafficking children who no birth certificates or international documents and who are sold to VIP elites for huge sums of money. And that was a recent post. That's a recent post, August 25th, 2023. So I didn't want to post it in the bubble here, and I don't want to post it on my timeline because I don't want to get, I don't want to get removed, right? So if I'm gone, then, there you go.
I might be getting locked up here. Okay. Screen came back. I may have to reset, Marlon, so if I go silent, just jump in. I want to welcome Steeler to the floor, and Steeler, please jump on in here, bud.
Good morning, or good afternoon to all. I just wanted a quick note. If anybody knows The Price is Right, Bob Barker passed away this morning. He was 99 years old. I know that's way off the subject, but that is a bit of Americana that everybody can respect in this space, I think. Bob Barker was a champion for not only pets, but, anything, kids, anything. He was just a huge supporter of anything like that. I don't care where, the conspiracy theories and all that with the fires and stuff. I don't care. I want to know where the kids are. I want to know where the kids are. I want to know where all the people are that they don't know where they are. And I want the corruption in Hawaii dispersed, from the police chief down to the guy that said water was a spiritual thing and it was kept precious in Hawaii, and he wouldn't, like, I don't know, I guess he could release water or something, which I still don't know why the Navy wasn't there like that with their boats spraying the damn line, but whatever. Anyways, protect the kids. Find the kids. Not just the Hawaiian kids, but all the kids. There's kids all over that are missing. Anyways, God bless America. God bless everyone in this space. Even if you don't think that your political designations align with our political designations, you can still stand up and ask where the kids are. Why haven't we have been allowed? You know, it just pisses me off. Anyways, I'll land it there. Sorry about my rant, MAGA.
No, it's all right. I want everybody to get their feelings out and what's on their mind. So, Steeler, no worries there, my friend. Iceman, I wanted to say hi to you. Just letting you know, FYI, my co-host spot is locked up right now. I don't know why. Space didn't allow me to add anybody. So, but anyways, you're up here speaking with us, and that's good. And good morning, buddy.
Good. Well, good afternoon in my time zone. Yeah, I'm glad to be here. I told you I'd be here. Sorry I've been a little late. Having a little meeting with the other half of my corporation. But thanks for having me up and giving me a mic. And you got a room that's rocking. I see you guys started earlier. I saw you earlier. I just couldn't get in. I had a few business things to take care of. But thanks for the mic. And I'm going to shut my pie hole right now and let you go to your hands. Great to be here with you.
Cool, brother. Good to see you as always. And just hang out, please. Don't go anywhere. Monique, how are you?
Hey, Mag, I'm doing great. It's great to be here, and especially for such an important discussion. So, I wanted to share a couple of things from not only from my own personal experience with matters related to Hawaii, but also to fill in a little something that Steele brought up. So first, Steele, the individual you're thinking of was the commissioner of water, I believe it was, and the reason he was not wanting the water to be released was, quote, he felt water was an equity issue, and we needed to take into account the equity of the water that we shared. I mean, he was making it a race thing. Essentially, was, oh, okay, so if you're this specific race in this specific area, you should get more water than this area, which is known for, tourism and lots of white people, that sort of thing. So that was the reason that went down the way it did. And they actually have recordings of him saying that water is an equity thing, okay, which of course is so stupidest thing ever. As far as the Navy not getting involved, the Navy could have gotten involved, but the problem is the control of where our Navy or even where our National Guard goes is all on the government side. So unless they get consent from the government to say, hey, we got an emergency situation, we're putting in this emergency order, please come on down and get to hopping on putting out these fires, their hands are kind of tied, which sucks because they were so nearby, and yeah, they could have very easily have gotten involved. But again, it's one of those bureaucratic things. Blech, I hate that word. Anyway, so I lived in Hawaii for 3.5 years. I lived in Honolulu, and I can tell you that what's the word I'm looking for? The whole thing of the value of the land and wanting to make sure that people do not lose their land, do not lose the places that are so sacred to them. It's definitely a situation where many of these locals have been holding out and preparing for something like this to go down. Not the fires necessarily, but the idea of a mass of people trying to come in and snatch up their land if, God forbid, something goes sideways. So I know from what I used to be told when I was younger, and keep in mind this was years ago when I lived on the islands. the one thing that we always talked about was that if they came for the land, you always made sure that everybody on boots on the ground came together and essentially just made their presence known, because a lot of times these groups will come in and they'll claim, oh, well, this is uninhabited land, this was unincorporated, or nobody was here, nobody was, this, nobody was that, which is part of the reason why it's so concerning that people are being kept out of these areas, because part of the way we were able to claim that the land belonged to people was by making people's presence known in those places. So by allowing the land to just sit there vacant and not having locals there saying, no, this is my land, this is where I live, this is where I belong, you're kind of opening, unfortunately, they're opening the door to allow people to come in and go, oh, it's unincorporated land. Yoink! So we definitely need to be pushing to get people back onto their land, back into the places where their homes were, to stand their ground and to hold their place. And I'm going to go ahead and land my plane there and just step back.
Thanks, Monique. Just hang out with us, please. It was great to hear you speak. And TB, I just want to turn to you for a second. Good afternoon. I saw your hand up. What's up, TB? Are you there?
I'm
Hey,
here. Yes.
how are you
I'm
today?
okay. How are you?
We're doing good. We're just hanging out, warming up to the day. We've had a lot of different discussions with what's on your mind.
Well, I saw your title and I couldn't help but be attracted to it because, I've lived most of my life in Hawaii. My children are Hawaiian, and I've listened to numerous conversations. So I was just trying to kind of catch up with what you guys were talking about. I just heard, was it Monique? Um, I, okay, so this is just me shooting from the hip right now, right? So, with regards, I'm not sorry, my baby dog is being a baby crying. If that's distracting, I can drop out and come back. But um,
It might be distracting you.
it's
I want to let you
okay.
know, yeah, it's okay if you want to talk, it's
Okay.
cool. I can hear the dog. I have a dog myself. He talks at the most inappropriate times.
he,
Yeah, you're absolutely okay.
he, he,
Share.
He loves to be the star of the show.
like his breed has like the second like hardest like bite force, but I swear to God, the guy's like a total baby. Anyway, uh, so with regards to uh, I've listened to everyone's like perspectives on um, you know, Lahaina and everything. I have largely like not waded in, mostly because, and the one time I did weigh in, I got pounced on, because all I was trying to say is that this is like devastating, and uh, we should not be like highly speculative. Trust me, I'm your girl. If you want to like go down a rabbit hole, I'll do it, and I'll decide for myself. But I just felt like it was appropriate to be respectful of that. Um, I I could tell you guys. I mean, I live in Washington State now, and just a couple days ago, my son he was voted captain of the football team, and for his like picture, he has a Hawaiian flag draped across his shoulders. Like we are, we are like through and through. Um, so I I do pay attention to what's going on. I don't like um, And I mean, all you have to do is go read my timeline. Like you're gonna see, like I did say, and I'm not gonna delete it because I'm not a punk like that. But I did say, like, wait, what's up with like all the kids being home? Um, Look, I'll try to make this as like concise as I can. I lived there most of my life. Um, the only times the sirens went off was once a month, the beginning of the month, and it was a test. The only time it ever went off, and I'm not gonna like reveal my age, but I'm gonna tell you, I got some numbers. The only time it ever went off seriously was was a tsunami warning, and I I heard it. It was, I don't even remember, maybe like 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. Um, got the kiddos out of bed. We lived on the beach, uh, and I put them all in there, buckled them all up, and then I like looked at my house and I was like, okay, it might not be here tomorrow, uh, and I didn't care. Uh, Seriously, take it all.
That must have been kind of frightening to hear that happen in the middle of the night.
Y-
I like that.
y-
Uh,
Yeah. So
yeah.
anyway, with regards to all like the conversations about like why didn't they, you know, do it, it's that's a like a state level thing. It's not like an island level thing. So I don't know. I get
Yeah, TB, what I want to focus on is what are we
sure.
going to do now about
Oh,
it? Not about any of that other stuff about we can hold people accountable and we will, and they are going to be held accountable for their actions, but what I want to get to is like where we're going now with this, but can we just land this for a second and let me say I was born on the islands, okay? I was born on Oahu. My dad served, and so I love the islands. They're dear to me. And TV, you're dear to me too, hun. But I gotta get to Linda and some people and then circle back. Gather your thoughts and please stay with us, okay? Love you, hun. Linda, please jump in.
Are you following Eric West? He is been there since day one on the ground filming before and after and during. He has making heroic efforts to help everyone. There is a site that I will put in the purple pill for anyone that needs help with anything. They can go here. It'll tell them about insurance. It'll tell them about where to get your pet taken care of. Where is your pet? How to get your kids taken care of. Insurance needs, everything. But he's also warning people about basically staying away from Red Cross and all of these different things. So the way we can help, I am so glad you're having this space. The way we can help is to go to his site. He has a fund that is it bypasses like everybody and everything, and it goes directly to the people, all of it, every penny. You can see yourself, but he is making pleas every single minute. There is still no communication. He's the guy to go to. So
Yes. Linda, last time we spoke on this, you said these things and I looked at that. I looked into it and you're absolutely right. And if you can, because I'm doing other things at the moment, it's hard for me to jump back and forth on the screens. Can you put that fund or find it? Because I do encourage people, I really do encourage people to go help if you can, because and like you said, what really inspired me about what you said there was the money is going directly to them and it cannot be circumvented like some of the other things that in the past have been stopped. the money went in, but the money couldn't get out. So getting a channel directly to the people, that's super awesome.
Exactly. And he is got, you guys, you can't hardly watch these people that he talks to and not cry. I mean, the cars that were all lined up on the streets with the people in those cars trying to escape. You can't hardly listen to what happened and not lose it. He's talking to real people that live there. What's happening to them is, I mean, it's a triple whammy. The storm, losing their homes, then losing the rights to the property, then all of the weird stuff. No sirens, no water. You know, the Las Vegas guy, that's real. The police chief is now the coroner. That's not supposed to happen. He has, you know what I would like to do? I wish that every single person that cared about this could get together right here, right now, and target. And what I mean by that is every single one of us going to that person. What they need is somebody like Elon to step up and provide Starlink. There's been some provided. He has one, as a matter of fact, and that's part of the only reason he's able to keep communicating. But like 10 of them got sent to like the Best Buy there, and somebody that isn't even a resident there bought them, and was like, what do you call it? Not using them for what they should have been. But this guy is pleading. And for like Joe Rogan to step up and help, Elon, Trump, anybody, but he's looking for people that can, with some teeth, that can really get this out there so that people can understand that whatever date this is today, they're no better off than they were. The people, the professional surfers from there, they've all kicked in. It's the local people. They're bringing supplies in boats to the island. It's unreal. It's unreal. I will put those links in there. If any of you big influencers have access to I've tried, trust me. When Bannon was doing his thing, and I think it was Ryan, I'm sorry, I can't think of his name, was I guess actually there, and I don't know, but it didn't go anywhere. They need big attention. Why this is not the absolute biggest scam, scandal, heartbreaking story in America, I'm mind-boggling. So I will put that link there. If any of you can reach out to anybody that can reach out to get the attention of somebody that will get the attention that this needs, please do so. And pray. Pray, pray, pray.
Thank you, Linda, so much. Yeah, we need to pray and definitely like to get that digital imprint going. That's what we're kind of trying to do. We're trying to get your voice heard, but everybody, and get this message out there and have impact as a community. So that's what the people, and you bring it every time you speak, Linda. So thank you so much, and just please hang out. I gotta jump to Skinny Ninja because it's tradition. And
Hold it, boss.
No, please. What, Iceman?
All right.
You just broke tradition, man. Skinny was supposed to speak after me.
I was next up, and you passed me over.
No,
twice,
that's not that.
Okay,
No, that's not how it works. I call on the people that I want to call on, and then you wait your turn. Thanks.
Your house, your rules.
I defer to Iceman.
No, I was going to defer to Iceman and you, but I'm going to go to ADD. Cool. What's up, ADD?
we're having ourselves an argument in the room.
I don't know. For some reason, when I call on people, they don't want to talk. ADD, I want to talk to you, bro. What's up?
I just wanted to bring something up that we've uncovered, and I don't want to get too much into it because I'm going to let the heads handle that when we get into a meeting. But let's keep in mind that Walmart, says, hey, do you want to donate 52 cents to round up to your nearest dollar? 1 cent is going to whatever they're saying it is, and the rest is going to a PAC. And I'm sure they're going to use Hawaii as, a donation. Let's not do it. Let's donate to where we know it's actually going to the people, not just, Walmart, Target, Flying J, so on and so forth. We have uncovered that that is not going to where it says it's going, and it's going to other places it doesn't need to go. So keep that in mind when you're at this store and it says you want to round up the nearest dollar. No, you do not. It's not going where you think it is.
Exactly. Excellent point. That's what Eric is saying. He said even the Red Cross is there. They'll do photo ops, but no one's getting help. It's unreal, people. It's unreal what's going on there. We think we're not slam in the middle of a global takeover. If you want proof, go look. Just go look at what is happening to those people being victimized, not once, not twice, not 3 times, 4 and 5 times. It is incredible.
Yeah, it's just it's very concerning what's going on, and we need to make sure that the money goes where it needs to go. So that's vital. And we need to raise our voices to fight against any kind of land grab. I think that needs to be heard, and the right people need to get this out there. I hear the movement and I see what people are talking about, and it's very concerning. Skinny, what's up?
I really can't step on ice, man. I really can't, man.
Okay. Nobody's stepping on anybody here, but what's up, TV?
Sorry, let me mute the Seahawks game. I cannot impress upon you enough how protective I feel about Hawaii, Hawaiian culture. I already said it, so I'm not going to say it again. But there's one thing that a lot of people maybe don't know or kind of forget. The U.S. They overthrew a monarchy. Okay, they basically stole Hawaii. So if you don't think people have feelings about that, I'm gonna correct you. They do, and I'm sensitive enough to know that they do, and I humble myself. I already told you I've lived there most of my life. I humble myself. So it's troubling to me. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how this is all gonna shake out. I can't pretend to know that. I do know that yes, there are some people who are currently there who have been able to provide, not just conversation, but also video footage of how it went. I already said I'm the first person who's going to question the government always. I'm always going to question them because, if the government ever comes and says I'm here to help you, I'm going to be like, no, thank you. But all I was trying to say earlier, and I did feel a little bit like you kind of shut me off. Maybe it was because I was multitasking and not making a coherent argument. But I am just super sensitive to however it shakes out. whatever is going on. These are like real people with real lives, real children. I mean, I can go on and on because, but I'm not going to do that to y'all. But I have known for a very long time that Hawaii is a huge child trafficking place. Maybe this is another space for another time, but it's time to take the blinders off, rip the band-aid off, whatever you want to say. But in the meantime, those are larger conversations, maybe for another time. But in the meantime, I feel very sensitive about what Lahaina is going through, and I have family there. Like, actually, all of my family is in Hawaii except for my mom, but the rest of my family is there, and I only moved there years ago, and that was oh shit, that was for like a situation that you probably wouldn't believe, but I promise you it's 100% true. I'll tell it another time if you ever want to have me back, Mag. Craziness. So yeah,
Well, I hope you don't feel I'm sorry if you felt like I cut you off, hon. I sent you my love, and you're here with us, so I hope you had your voice be heard, and you can forgive me if you think I trespassed on that.
no,
I appreciate what you shared today.
you're fine. You're fine. No worries. And just much love to everybody in here, and thanks for listening to me as I try to process all of this. I mean, I feel like we're all just kind of going through a time. So I try to offer grace as much as possible, and I appreciate it when someone offers me grace as well. So thank you. No hard feelings.
Yeah.
It's all good. It's all good.
Good. And look, spaces are a place where we become vulnerable. I open up the space. We're all vulnerable here. We're talking our feelings and our heart. And there's some people that'll come in with an agenda to derail the conversation and to try and muddle it up. And the focus of the room was to talk seriously about what we're talking about and not play games. So, TB, you always bring it, hun, and I know you do the work, and we have nothing but love for you here. So thank you for coming and sharing with us today. I'm going to call on hands that are up, and I think Skinny ADD did not raise his hand, but I'm trying to run the room. So Skinny, I'm going to call on you one more time, bud. If you want to talk, it's all good. If you don't, so
I'm working right next to a highway, and it's supposed to be street vibrations. It's kind of quiet. So first of all, good morning, everybody. Good day. Good happy lunchtime for some folks. I plopped a MJ steamer in the space pool down below. It's floating around down there. Absurdity at its finest. And as it goes for this absolute whatever they got running down in Hawaii is insanity to me. This is insane. And it was Iceman's cousin. Nice to see your normal handle back up, sir. Iceman's cousin let us know, and it's simple. Where in the F are the bones and the teeth, man? Come on. We can go down any rabbit hole we want. Where the F is everybody? We're what are we, 3 weeks right now? We're 3 weeks deep in this, and they can't find people. This stinks, man. And I am effing pissed. This stuff keeps happening, people. I don't understand. Well, we all understand what's at play here. It's disgusting. And I'll tell you with this other thing, with the MJ thing I dropped, it's already ramping up where I live. It's in the news. This is insane. And as I said once before in your beautiful co-host space, it's 535 versus 360 million. This is insanity, people. And the other point I will make this morning, you're dead anyways. When you confront a bully, you can do two things. You can run away or you can give it your last, even if it's the end of you. And that's what I have to say. I love you guys.
Yeah. Yeah, there's more of us than there are them, and I think that there's just a lot of us that aren't getting active enough, so we got to bring the awareness to the people. But I think a lot of people are just as fired up as you, Skinny, and I think we're all pissed about this. Pissed is a pretty strong word, but I mean, what's going on is outrageous. So yeah, I've been feeling like I've been punched in the gut, like recently. I felt kind of paralyzed the other day, and then I also felt some other things over this past week. And every day's been just another sock in the gut. And then you got to sit there and breathe through it. But as you process it, you just at some point you get really just.
Well, look at all the bouncing balls they gave us this week, man. This week alone, but this thing in Hawaii is 3 weeks old, man. This is effing insane. That there is basically one or two people getting information out. And I don't know if there's any truth to the fact that FEMA wanted or proclaimed a media blackout. But there's other government entities that can put a screeching halt to that right now. I don't know where they are, but this is absurd, man.
Hey, Marlon, just checking in with you. You all right there, man? You with us, brother? All right, maybe not. ADD, what's up?
I was just gonna say, I got family over in Hawaii too. Two of my brothers and my mom and dad are over in Hawaii. They're on the Big Island. They're not over there in this, but I just want to say, what we need to remain vigilant and keep on asking the questions, but also realize that these were people's families, and we need to be respectful of that, because they're still hearing what's going on the mainland and stuff through other channels, and not all of the island is gone, and they still have some resources, and they're getting more. And again, like, this space is recorded, so this is going to be something that somebody's going to hear, and it's somebody's family. So I mean, we need to stay vigilant. We need to ask what the hell is going on, but we also need to understand that this is real, and these are people that we're talking about. So we need to stay respectful.
Exactly what I was trying to say just a moment ago. Thank you, ADD. Exactly. Thank you so much for saying that. Please retweet this space. I'm just going to give another PSA. If you want to have your voice heard, get up here and talk to me. The floor is open. We've been talking about a lot of different things, but I wanted to turn just for a moment, Linda, if you can, just let me digress. I had a really great live space with TNOOA, the National Owner Operators Association, and we talked about transparency and in the transportation industry. Just if you ever get a chance, please pay attention to them, because they're a great organization, and ADD is part of that organization. So thank you, ADD, for coming up and speaking with us today. It's really important what the work you guys are doing and how you're trying to help the industry. So I just want to give you props where props is due, because ADD works really hard on that. So God bless you, sir. Linda, how are you? You with us still?
Yeah, I'm here. I wanted to tell you that I put the real way to help these people. I put that link down in the purple pill. I don't know how to share it to the bubble thing, so I wanted to make you aware of that. As far as transparency down there, we're not going to get it. We are not going to get it. The people that are there can't get it. You can even watch their city council meeting. The people are begging this committee to stop this mayor from doing all this. They are mad. They're sad. It's just unreal. They won't tell them accurate numbers. There's a few independent journalists there that are taking the mayor to task when you do see him on film and saying, like, why won't you tell the truth? You know, why won't you tell the truth? It went from 1,000 people missing, and now it's, I think he said, like, they have 355 confirmed missing, but they're basing that on a name. In other words, if they don't have a first name and a last name, they're not even counting them. So people with first names and last names, they can verify are missing. The people there from the burn area, Lahaina, are scared to death to even give DNA to identify people. Not even sure that DNA would work on any remains that were found because of the conditions. But that's how scared people are right now of what the government is doing. They won't answer questions. The minute they knew that somebody was looking, they won't even allow drones to fly over it. There's been a fence erected around all of it, that is not see-through. Anyway, I put that link there, the link to the fund to help people. And I will also put the other link to Eric's website so that you all can go and see this yourself. I mean, he just did a video last night that was, like 8 hours ago. And I texted him this like great big huge long message telling him we're trying to help. We really are. We are trying to help. Anyway, I just people just do everything you can. And that link is in the purple pill for you.
Also, a couple of us put it up in the Jumbotron as well. I'm not sure if you saw that, Linda.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that are going on that are very concerning. We're trying to address so many different things that have been going on. This is a huge one. I just want to give props to Shane Mecklin for some of the things that he's been working on when it comes to things that are happening to American citizens that are somewhat unjust, and fighting the fight and standing up for things that are unjust. So, Shane, good to see you, sir. Marlon, yes. Is it that time, Marlon? Or are you with us?
It's close. It's close. It's okay. So, just sitting back, listening and listen to the hearts of people coming up and pleading that we need to make a difference. It's to the point where you really got to step back and listen to it, right? They are real people, even though they're, 5 time zones away from me. They are American people, and I don't think they've been treated that way. It sure doesn't seem like that on the news that I've been seeing. Hopefully somebody's going to call this out and slap the children out of the way and let the adults take over. I'm hoping something like this is going to happen. Quicker than later.
Yeah. Well, we've already waited too long. The citizens have lied dormant for too long. We need to step up and say something. So if we can get unified, some kind of unified message, part of that unified message, I believe, is contributed to greatly by one of the people that are in the room right now, Joshua Youngblood. He started Arts for Patriots. He does brilliant work, and it's kind of these. I think artwork and memes and all these things are so powerful because it really draws the person in. You know, drawing in the person is the first part, getting their attention. Like, look at this, you know, and then you can get deeper into what's there and the words. And, anyways, his artwork is amazing. It always draws me in, and just wanted to give him props too because he is really great if you ever get to know him. And he is in Italy, I believe, but still, he is a patriot and speaks on great issues. Joshua, what's up?
Hey, how's it going? I caught half of that and I requested the mic and I kind of missed a bit of it, but so what were you saying?
I was giving you props, brother, because your artwork draws people in, and when you draw people in, they can then see the message. And the messaging and the imaging burns the message into their head. It's like it gets into your mind. Like, I don't know, your artwork is just, it draws me in. I think that with a message really can really capture people's attention. I was just putting that together. And you do great work. You're a great person. You've offered things to people, and, you know, just giving you props, bro. So good afternoon.
Yeah, thanks. I'm not sure if you guys saw the latest piece, the latest two pieces I dropped, but there's one where Trump is breaking the chains. That one got a lot of attention, and then there's one where he's on a horse, and it's kind of like a Paul Revere. You know, instead of the British are coming, it's the tyrants are coming. I would suggest everyone just, you know, kind of just check them out real quick, just to give you an idea of what MAGA's talking about.
Well, look, the images are alone, without words, are inspiring because it makes me think. It's like it makes me feel, and that feeling gives me hope, and it also re-energizes me as a patriot and trying to fight these things. You know, it really just it's inspiring when you see a picture of Trump walking with the people or him praying or these images. You know, they really touch my mind and my heart. So I just wanted to thank you for that because you kind of fuel the people in a different way. Even if there's not a lot of words, it's just an image. It's really inspiring. So thank you for that.
Yeah, you know, that's how I figured I could do my part, you know, because the culmination of my life is where it is today. I started off as an artist when I was in high school. I wanted to be an artist. I wanted to be, you know, I used to draw, I used to paint, I used to do a whole bunch of stuff. And I ran out of art classes in high school. I was taking college credit level art classes to the point where I ran out, and then they were giving me, you know, independent art classes. But then when I got out of when I got out of high school, I joined the military because, well, I mean, my dad was military and I'm a patriot. And I joined the Air Force, and then I got out of the Air Force as a linguist. And, you know, so I learned how to speak Urdu Hindi. And then I got out of the Air Force, and for a while there, I didn't know what to do. I was just a salesperson, and I didn't really fit in very well in the civilian world. And after 4 years, I went back into the Army, and then I learned Russian as a Russian linguist. And I did that, and at the end of my military career, I was in communications. So I went from intelligence to communications, and because that was the only way to get promoted. And then at the end of that, I got out, and I mean, I was really lost for a while. And you know, I have my disabilities, which prevent me from, you know, really picking up a pencil and a paintbrush. But as soon as but I knew how to do Photoshop. And you know, back in high school, I was learning how to do Photoshop back in, you know, during the era of CS2. I ran out of classes to do, and so I had all of that. And then you know, now with AI coming out, you know, I started with the version 3 of Midjourney, and you know, I was just super enthralled with it. I thought it was one of the coolest pieces of technology ever. And so I just started, messing around, doing some, Trump stuff. I think that the first big one that got some attention was Cyberpunk Trump, and I think that was back on Patriots.win a couple of about a year and a half ago. And I was like, oh wow, people really, really like this. And and so then I started going on to making it more resonant, making it more, of an image that could really portray, a picture means 1,000 words. And at the time, it was really hard to get noticed because the Twitter censorship. There was just censorship everywhere, back in 2020, and I was getting really frustrated that my voice was not getting out there, because I have a lot to say, and because I've seen the world for what it truly is, and because of my intelligence background, and a lot of people don't really understand what's really happening, and I've been awake for a long time, and it's very frustrating. Have you ever heard the phrase, "In the world of the blind, the one-eyed man is king"? Well, that's fucking bullshit, because in the world of the blind, the one-eyed man is depressed. And I've been depressed for such a long time, and now what I'm doing, I feel that I actually have an impact. I mean, Donald Trump has posted my art a couple times. I'm starting to get this website up. The only reason why that website is not up yet is because I realized that there is a time difference between the amount when someone swipes their card and gets the I get charged for the amount of money I gotta pay the printers and whatnot. And then there's like a 3 to 5 day delay, business day delay, before I get paid by Shopify. And so I just simply don't have the buffer to really launch this website yet. And I'm getting it in September, but it's just one delay after the other. But anyways, excuse me, I've been dealing with the sickness. So I'm just trying to get that up and running, and then I have my first customer. I can't really speak to who it is, but it's a very important person. And then hopefully when that gets going, I'll be pretty good.
You know what, Josh? That very important person tends to reach out to certain people that a lot of people don't know, and that he is, and that certain person, that very important person that everybody doesn't know is doing this, is giving his support in ways that, maybe to you or other people that people aren't aware of, and your artwork drew him in. So, or drew in that person, that very important person. But
yeah,
anyways, I don't want to go too deep down that rabbit hole either.
So, hopefully when it gets all ready, you guys, everything that I post on Twitter, or most things I post on Twitter, not everything, but most things that I would post on Twitter is going to be available via physical form. And I have so many people requesting for, posters or whatnot. And I'm really trying to get it out to you guys. I really am. I'm so sorry about the delay, but I am working on it.
Well, look, the point of what I was trying to say is your art can actually touch people. You can help get these messages out. I think that's part of the whole. It goes across platforms, everything. It ties it all together, in a certain way. Marlon, what's up, brother?
I think one of the most important. Well, good to see you, Joshua, and TB. Thanks for coming up and speaking to us. It's good to see you. You said an important thing though, Joshua, right? You said that you can do your little part, right? That's probably the most patriotic thing that you can do, right? So that's what a lot of people in these spaces in the community are doing, coming up and bringing their little parts. And, maybe we could just have a unified voice for all those little parts. So I tip my hat to you, Joshua. Good to see you.
If we all raise our voices at the same time, it becomes deafening.
Yeah, I was in a space yesterday. I can't remember. I think it was Patriot Storm Space or something. And there was a guy clearly awake, but you could tell that, he's an older gentleman, and he was kind of dooming. And, he's like, oh, if you think that, you're going to fix this by going to your county office, then you're crazy. And I'm like, well, yeah, you as the individual going to one county office is one drop, in the bucket. But at the same time, if we all do it, if we all do our little tiny part, it's one drop after another drop, and eventually it's going to be a torrent, and then we're going to be a freaking ocean. And so, I'm a guy with 4,000 so on followers. I'm actually really close to 4,000 followers. I'm about like 20 people away. But, this beginning of this year, I only had 100 followers on Twitter. And I'm starting to notice that what I'm doing is it is inspiring. It is helping people. And it's also helping people learn to do AI stuff. I have people all the time telling me, like, how do I do this on AI? I'm like, let me teach you. Let me teach you how we can use these tools that are available, to us using AI in order to get this message out. Because the fact of the matter is like, we need to start doing our little tiny parts. And, it may not be art. It may be the, little essays or, a website or fundraising or going to your county, office, running for office, doing whatever you think can contribute. But the fact of the matter is you just need to contribute. So.
Oh, hey, little note, you're about 7 away now.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, Twitter days is like weeks, and weeks are like months, and months are like decades or years. It's like warp speed on Twitter. Things change so fast, and it's incredible. The platform is growing, but it has had its growing pains. We've gone through a lot. If you've been on Twitter for a long time, we've gone through a lot, and we're still here. The platform's still up. Plan B, I don't know what that is, but that's kind of what the website does, magamission.org. It kind of helps if something does go down and we go to another platform, or if we're live streaming, whatever. We're trying to get that digital message out there, and this recorded space is going to get out there. I'm going to post it, and then we're going to put it on Rumble and YouTube and try to get your voice out there. That's what this is all about. So, Joshua, what he's doing, what every little bit that everybody's doing, from locally, county to state. And one of those people is Shane Meckland. We've been working with Shane on something that's been going on with a young man by the name of Walker Anderson. This case is particularly important because nobody really might not know about it. It's getting to be known, but this is an American citizen who's having his constitutional rights, I think, stomped on, and he's being persecuted. So this is happening all across America to citizens all across the world, or across America, but you don't see it necessarily. There's lots of people that are being persecuted for defending their self-defense or owning firearms or whatever. There's an agenda to take the firearms away, obviously. And you take the firearms away, well, then what do you got? You have no way to actually defend yourself as a citizen in America. But anyways, I don't want to digress too far, but Shane stepped up. There's a lot of stuff that we're all working on. But Shane, what's up with you, brother? How are you doing?
I'm doing well, and I was just listening while I'm supposed to be doing yard work until I realized I bought the wrong weed killer, so I don't know. It's there's many things going on, but yes, Walker is one of them. And it was kind of cute. He dropped into a space that I was in last night, and I noticed him there. And they called him out, so to speak, or said his name and said he was in a space, and I wasn't a speaker at the time, so I couldn't get in fast enough. Going, wait, he can't talk. His lawyer has advised him heavily he cannot speak. So I kind of did the talking for him, but he's one of many, to be honest. There's so many little things going on, and they're not little; they're actually really big. But if people don't know about them, then you don't realize that the attack is happening everywhere, and it's just picking us off one at a time, which will make it a lot harder if we're all unified. And that's where, like, Matt has, been pushing these things, and when I kind of stumbled into this thing called Twitter Spaces, I didn't know what the hell I was doing, and I I've talked to Joshua, and met these different people who have all these unique talents. Because trust me, I can't do squat for graphic arts. That's what I pay these computer people for, apparently. So these aren't little talents. These are actually huge talents. To me, being able to do graphic arts is huge. But, I can run circles around a handful of people, maybe not Matt, because I think he does the same thing, but I can trim like there's no tomorrow. But give me a socket wrench and a set of brakes, and I might kind of spend half a day and a 6-pack of beer trying to figure it out. So talents are what we all uniquely have, and obviously they want to fit us all into one mold. And I'm on the contrary, where I like kind of individuality, and we all have our own gifts that God gave us. So it's kind of where I come from. And yeah, maybe I should post the Walker thing. Everybody's seen it, I'm guessing, in this room, but you know, and eventually we'll do another thing for him. I think Kyle was going to try to have him on his podcast at some point, but his wife's water broke yesterday, I believe. So hopefully he's got a little girl here in his arms either today or tomorrow, which is kind of exciting. So, you know, and if they do take our Second Amendment away, what do we have left, you said, Matt? Well, you got a lighter. You might as well burn the damn Constitution at that point, because that's literally what you have left. You have no way to defend it. And that they would love nothing more than to have that be the case. Because without that, the backup of push us too far and we'll push back. Well, when you can't defend yourself, how are you going to push back? So,
You know, yeah, Shane, you know, I spoke of, sorry about it. You were robot and I didn't hear you. I'm sorry, Shane. I did not mean to stomp on you there. I just wanted to let you know that the reason why I brought up the live space with Noah is that we weren't just talking about transportation and transparency. We were talking about Walker Anderson also, and I went into that a little bit. I don't speak for him, I don't speak for you, and I don't speak for his attorney, but I gave my opinion on what was going on, and I brought awareness to it for you, and we definitely want to help his mom and help him, and I think that if this precedent gets set, we're going down a slippery slope, at least in that state, in the state of Minnesota. And that in each state, you know, we were talking about earlier about the government and their oversight and how each state, you know, there's federal law and then there's state law. And it would seem that, you know, even when President Trump was criticized about certain things, I mean, he left certain things up to the states to decide. You know, he didn't impose he didn't impose a lot of things that were, let me just move on from that. But Shane, what I'm trying to say is we're trying to get the message out, everybody's fight, everybody's mission, everybody's issue. And I often named it the head of the Hydra. I mean, which head are we going to attack today so we can get to the beast, the core root of the issue, the belly of the beast. So we're addressing each and every deficiency and problem. That's what it's a big task. That's why everybody helps. Every single effort, little bit helps. And you're vital to that. And we support you and thank you for everything you're doing to bring change.
Matt, let me give you a little example. So there's a big news breaking like nationwide right now. It's not like the Hawaii thing, and I'm not trying to compare them, but so all of a sudden we were finding in these different states the stuff got packed into these omnibus bills that are just rearing its ugly head, which has literally put the handcuffs on the police, the school officers, resource officers are no longer allowed to basically touch a kid. And that's where this is coming from. And then the fact that it happened in Texas simultaneously while it happened in Minnesota really comes down to like, don't think just because you're in a red state, it can't happen. And these things are being done simultaneously in multiple states that are virtually the identical language. And this is why it's so important, because it's happening everywhere.
Yeah, I want to go deeper into that and that wildfire that's spreading across America right in front of our eyes that we're not aware of. And we wake up one day and things have changed and the landscape has changed legally. Marlon.
So just quickly, you know, it goes back to the community. Instead of one person or two people trying to attach to all these different things, having the people come up in the community is probably the most satisfying part, and having these people contribute. And, you know, that's what we always wanted when we were sitting in those spaces and we didn't have a collective voice. We heard all these things and people were coming up and saying, hey, we should do this and we should do that. So now, you know, now we made it our direction. Right. So thank you all to the community. It's really hats off to you guys, Shane and Thomas and Joshua and TB and Mike from Noah and Texas, everybody joining in. So, hey, Unfortunately, Mag, I'm sorry. It is about that time for me. Unfortunately, I got to step down soon, but I'm here for a couple more minutes.
Yeah, no problem. We started a little earlier today, so I don't know how long we're gonna go, but we're still rolling. And if people want to talk, we're here to listen and have that conversation. And I see Texas truckers jumping up, oh, I'm sorry, Mike Boston's jumping up, and Texas is in the house. Yeah, we had a really great conversation, Shane, and I think that you could really play a part in change, working with Noah. And yeah, anyways, it's every little bit counts, and it's people like Thomas and Shane and the people that are involved in politics stepping up here and having a discussion, even if they're not in your state. Well, they could be fighting a battle that's coming to you shortly, or you're already fighting, and the tactics that they're using to bring pushback on that could actually work where you live and in your state. So we got to band together on all these tactics and strategies, so to speak, to fight back and bring the change that the American people need. Right the ship, change the course, steer away from the rocks and the disaster that we're seeing unfold out. Just it's unfolding in front of us. We see the iceberg. Everybody's seeing it, and we're saying, "Hey, somebody, you want to turn the ship? See a big iceberg? Maybe we should redirect the boat, right?" Anyways, the citizens are stepping up, Shane, and we support you in that. So whenever you want to do it, buddy, just let me know. Marlon and the whole team will step up and we'll make that happen. Let's circle back to Linda. Linda, please.
I just wanted to ask you if, first of all, I just have total respect for what you're doing, for what everybody's doing. And I hear the words resist, all the time. And I hear the words step up. And I hear the words committee member. And I hear the words that everybody's trying. I don't know how. Look, I'm old. I'm almost blind. I spend every single day deep diving into this stuff. I'm not a huge influencer like Twitter or X has right now. I have killed myself trying to reach out to some of these influencers to say, we have to understand that what is happening globally and the people that are doing it are sitting in this space with us right now. And that they can see this themselves. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm so far from it, it's pathetic. You almost got to prove it to me twice before I believe something. But if we, as people with common sense, being parents, being adults, if we cannot look at the fact that President Trump, like him or not, has been indicted 4 times. 4. If we cannot ask ourselves, even the mafia was not prosecuted in this way. The reason they are doing that is because he removed us from the WEF. What you're seeing in your schools is engineered. What you're seeing in advertising is engineered. What you're seeing with the silencing is engineered. All you got to do is look yourself. When people go to the WEF website, they're going to see all the pretty pictures. They're not going to click on the links for the links for the links. They're going to take you to the place that talks about all of the task force and that 80,000 people that attend COP28 next month are going to take what they know and they're going to go back to their prospective countries and they're going to hand it down. Do you think that people just woke up stupid one day and transgenders just sprouted up from the ground? It's engineered. You can even read it. Social engineering. The attempt to make the user think they are relating to another person. It's how to reset a society. You control it. There is a task force for everything, even our clothing. And people don't believe it. They say, nah, that can't happen. They think the WEF is Amazon or John Kerry. I would like, MAGA, for you to have a space so that we can tell people who think it's happening that it is, and that we are specimens, and the things that are going to have rights are water, land, air. We are not necessary anymore. I really want to talk about this. I'll put a link in just one little picture of a link of a link of a link of a link that you can see. Where did this transgender come from? While we're all fighting to keep our kids from indoctrination, you've got global leaders demanding that it be implemented right down to the grade school levels. And every person that doesn't listen to you and that thinks you're a conspiratist or thinks you're nuts or crazy is one of them. I'm going to show you the link to the task force on transgenders. I could show you the link to the task force on clothing. We have to have green clothing. This is what's going on in Maui. This is why they stopped the water. This is why so much is going on that AI can barely even keep up with the speed. I jump in spaces with people from Africa, from Europe, from everywhere, because they're starting to see it too. Everything we hear on the news is engineered. Is Russia a bad guy? Is Ukraine a bad guy? Who's the bad guy? We can know. We just have to finally agree that we have to get our message together with a plan and work everywhere with what everybody is doing. And it might come down to more than just saying no. It might come down to our very survival. And while we watch these gates close in on us, and we don't believe it, we're going to do this. We're going to. Someone mentioned that they're going to their local whatever wasn't going to work. It's because it's engineered. It's not supposed to work. We are not supposed to win. That's why Trump has been indicted 4 times. Who could possibly have that much hate for a man that no one even personally knows? That's why they changed the statutes of limitations to prosecute him. That's why they're saying the word spins, how to socially engineer a message. We have to really decide, yes, this is happening.
Linda, I know you've been in our spaces for a while, and, probably this is a space that realizes that, right? We've identified that, we know this is going down, right? We grew up with it in the 80s, the 90s, 2000s, having kids experiencing all this, right? And watching it unfold. So, yeah, quite, you're right. They're listening too. Let me tell you, they're listening.
Yeah, as I was listening to Linda, I was just, I thought, she was saying such great stuff. And I have to say that I understand the opposition and what you're saying, but we have to wake up and change that narrative and get the people involved. And I can see what you're saying, but are the people really getting as involved as they should? Or if they did, wouldn't we see more change, and wouldn't we take back the narrative and control? So I think we're waking up. If you haven't woken up already, I think there's been so many things that have happened. You can go back to any tragedy throughout the history of America. When we united as one, we showed our true American heart, our true American spirit. And right now, I think what's so disheartening is the fact that we're not. I hear it from the American people. I want to see it from our own government uniting to help the people in Hawaii. And we rallied as a country during certain tragedies and events. And it's like we're rallying, but where's our government in this rally? Where's our government? That's what's just really hurting me the most right now.
Our government is part of it. Why do you think they're
I know.
going to destroy us to stay in power? They're not going to help those people at all. I mean, it's not.
Yeah, we just need to identify the bad actors and take them out. I mean, and it's what it is like people are finally just starting to wake up. They're finally starting to realize that we need to take a stand, because you know what? Our apathy, they have taken advantage of our apathy. We've been so distracted for so long that we thought, oh, someone else is just going to take care of it. I should be fine. America is the good country. We're the good guys. Someone will come through. But then we're starting to realize that, well, there's no one really there. And then you start to realize, well, hell, now I got to think about my kid's future. Hell, I got to do something. And yeah, and in your case, yeah, you're older, you're the energy that you may have had in order to spend resources, but that doesn't mean you don't have a voice. That doesn't mean you can't express this, and that doesn't mean that you can't use your wisdom to help other people see the light. And I think that's what you're really good at doing. Because you explained it in a way that if it was a first-time comer, someone who's never really heard, I think that if they were to listen to you, they would be like, well, maybe she's on to something because, well, you've seen it. You've done it. You've lived it. That's a lot more than these arrogant little 18-year-olds who think they know everything. And they side with these neo-Marxist liberal ideas. Anywho, Thomas, just check your DM. Let me know if that work I did for you is any good.
Yeah, bro. And Joshua, you're exactly right. And Linda, back to you. You say you're not an influencer. Well, guess what? You just spoke in front of, I don't know how many people remotely listening, and we're going to put it on YouTube and Rumble. So, if you inspired somebody here today and they heard your words, God bless you. And you know what? You do have something there to contribute. So don't ever think you're not an influencer. Every single one of us can influence the change. If we just unify on a message, it happens. It's going to happen. It is happening. Sugar Mama came in. Sugar Mama, can you just hold on 1 second? I just want to throw kudos to Mike Boston with Noah. We were live with him the other day. I was. And it was a really great discussion. I kind of told people what we were talking about. But anyways, Another great organization that we support is the National Owner Operators Association, and Mike is fighting a fight that is vital to our national security. Essentially, the infrastructure of all the goods that we receive and that we buy in stores every day that we need, and the truckers are essential. They do so much to keep the country running. If our transportation and shipping doesn't run, then we don't really have a country either, if that breaks down. So, Mr. Boston, just want to say good afternoon, and how you doing today?
Okay. Hey, Matt, I'm sorry. I was talking to my wife. I hope you threw that mic to me and I just didn't step on someone. If I did, I apologize. We have a new show called Noah Live, and everyone here is welcome to come on. We did have Matt on, and Carmen Love has been on a few times, and we love all of you guys. It's pretty much an open platform. We talk about a bunch of issues, trucking issues and other issues. So everyone is welcome to come on. It's on our group in Facebook. It streams on Facebook, YouTube. We post it on Twitter. MAGA Mission posted on their site, Google, LinkedIn. It goes out pretty much everywhere. I can't stay long. I just wanted to say that the floor, our show is open to anyone that wants to come on. Just get in touch with me, and we're on 5 days a week, Monday through Friday. We usually get started around 8 o'clock, and it streams live from there. I don't know the last speaker's name, but what I will say is that I listened to Shane, and I listened to a few of the other speakers. Look, this is deep, and it's a lot. No matter how deep you think it is, you'd be surprised to find out it's even deeper than that. The 530 so individuals in Washington have a lot more power and control over our lives than you think. And if you had any question about that, you should really look into the last 43 years of surface transportation and the trucking industry. One thing I love about this country is there's always a paper trail. Information about the events of this country is available pretty much everywhere. If you want to know just how powerful Washington is, all you have to do, you don't have to look far. All you need to do is look at a trucker. Look at those guys driving those big trucks down the road when you see them on the highway, and what Congress in Washington has done to the supply chain and the trucking industry through Washington. And they do that with the help of companies like Walmart, Costco, Home Depot, Lowe's, all these big box stores. These are the guys that control a lot of this, and they get richer and richer every year. And they have PACs, and they make contributions to PACs, and these PACs, you know what they do with that money? They give it right to these people in Washington, and it's deep. It really is. Even some of these associations that support you and say that they support you and been around for 50 years saying, we support you, we support you, we stand up for truckers, we're here. These guys are so two-faced, and they're accepting so much money from special interest groups, putting it in their PACs, and they're giving it right to these people in Washington that are fighting with the other side to keep you down. And it's right there in front of your face. So it doesn't matter what the issue is. If you really care about it, you need to get up, speak out on whatever platform you can speak out on, and try not to be afraid, because if your message hits the right person, you will get attention, whether it be negative or positive. You will get attention. I can tell you that there's been attempts on people's lives in trucking that have fought for truckers. People like James Lamb from the Small Trucking Business Coalition had that. There was an attempt on his life. He was shot years ago. It's not a joke. It doesn't matter what the issue is. Once again, it could be wind farms, it could be election integrity, it could be school issues, vaccine injured, whatever. Get involved. Register to vote. Get involved. Start an association. Start a community. Register people to vote. And listen, contact your congressmen. Contact your senators. Let them know what's on your mind. And when you're done, let them know. If they disagree with you, say, well, I'm putting together a coalition to vote you out. And that's it. I'm going to do everything I can to make sure you do not get reelected next election. And that's it. And I'm going to park it right there. I usually don't come on Saturdays, so I'm not going to steal this mic. Thank you, Matt, for the time. And you and everyone from MAGA Mission is always welcome on Noah Live or any of our platforms. And everyone here, always welcome. Just reach out. We'll get you on. And we appreciate you. Thank you.
Yeah, you weren't here earlier, Mike, but I was speaking about you and the fact that you actually are boots on the ground. You met with Chuck Schumer, Ted Cruz. You're going out and actually giving a great example to people to show them what they can actually do to get these messages and see what the reaction is when you bring up certain topics. And anyways, great work, Mike. So we support you, and thank you for coming up. We got a couple of hands. Sugar Mama, you want to jump in, and then I got to go to Shane. Sugar Mama, please.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. I just want to say a few things. I'm just listening, and I don't speak much. Anyways, I just want to say a few things. Be careful of the gloom and doomers out there. There's a lot of people out there who want to convince everybody that there is no hope and there's nothing that we can do, especially Christians. I am a Christian. There are a lot of Christians out there who say this is prophecy being fulfilled. I don't see it that way. I see it totally opposite. I see it as God is giving us an opportunity to use our free will to take our nation back. And I see a lot of people turning to Christ. So that's one thing I'd like to say. Another thing I'd like to say is I notice that people are slowly waking up. I have a sister-in-law who lives out in Hawaii, and she's mad. And 3 years ago, when I started saying, we need to watch out, this is not good, we're going to lose our country, she thought I was nuts, okay? She called my husband the other day, said, we need to do something. We're going to lose our country. We just can't sit by and talk about it. So that's encouraging, but you also got to take into account the shock that these people are going through, like the shock we had when we realized, oh no, we're in trouble. Okay, so these people are trying to process this all at the same time. Okay, and at the same time, what I see is even though I see really bad things going on, I see it as these people are being exposed. I don't think that they're in control as much as they would like us to think they are. The Constitution's on our side. We need to use it. We need to use our state constitutions. And we need to stick together and have loyalty to each other. That's one thing that I've noticed that we sometimes have a problem with. We tend to attack each other because we have different opinions on how we should go about things. But we somehow, some way, we need to have a plan, and we all need to be on it, because that's what the other side does. They're very loyal to each other, whether they're right or they're wrong in their morals. They are very loyal to each other, and I would like to see that on our side too. You know, like Trump or not like Trump, there's some personnel. Look, I don't think Trump would maybe like me if he were to meet me, you know, but I like him because he stood by the Constitution and his values. And so we need to start learning loyalty to each other and stop nitpicking each other. And that's the one thing that concerns me is I just feel like we can't get on the same page. Like we all agree what's going on and what's happening to us, but the solution to that is people, well, you know what I'm trying to say. So those are just, you know, things that I see going on. And I just think that we should just really, we really need to figure out a plan and just stick together to it. And thank you for letting me speak.
Oh, thank you so much, Sugar Mama. You know, I think we can all agree in election integrity needs to be retained in order to have a healthy republic. If we don't have election integrity, we don't have anything, because your voice and your vote is supposed to remain sacred and non-infringed. That's number one. And you said return to the Constitution. The pathway forward is laid there. You know, the tools are there. That was laid out. It's when you operate in a different way that things start to fall apart. And but anyways, I digress. I got to go to Shane. Shane, please jump in. We covered a couple different things there.
Actually,
you're kind of roboting on my end, sir. I don't know if your Bluetooth needs to be reset or something.
Can you hear? I said ADD is first.
There you go. Oh, okay, cool. ADD, he's yielding.
Hey, well, I've still got Mike in the room. I need him to throw me Blake's hard work so that we can get it out there to help people to get a hold of the people they need to. And also, I don't know who was talking, but if I could get that link to help the Hawaiian people, that would be great, because we're trying to get away from donating 40 or 50 or 60 cents to said charity that never goes to them. So we have a rather large organization, and I'd like to get something in there to donate where it needs to go, because everybody's going to want to donate to this cause, and that's just the way people are, and I'd like them to be able to donate to where it's going to the people. So if I could get that link sent to me, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, it's down in the Prilosec down below, and it was Linda that brought that to us, and it does go directly to the victims and the families and the people in Hawaii. It's protected, and the gentleman that set it all up, there's links to it down in the Prilosec. Linda C is the person. She's right there next to you. Linda, if you want to say something to ADD. I don't know. Linda might not be available, but anyways, she did put it down there. Just want to let you know. Shane, sir, yes, you're on.
So a couple of things that were mentioned here, one of which was Mike talking about these organizations that are not your friend. I've been screaming from the rooftops about this for 25 years now, about just the big builders alone and how they squeeze out little builders. And all they do is they run down to the capitals of every state, and they cater to whoever will pass whatever it is they want to make the small guy, basically make it impossible for them to do their job. And the other thing he mentioned was like the Walmart, for example. We literally get emails every week from the Walmart government liaison person, government, whatever they call it. So these things are real. If you go back to the beginning of the lockdowns, 2 weeks to flatten the curve, one of the first things we were told, we had to have a meeting, and I've told this story before, but we had to have a meeting for our committee hearings because we had to do everything remotely, and we had to learn something called Zoom, because many of us didn't know what the hell Zoom was. And so it was nothing more than the chair of said committee. He did like an hour session with his staff to help us figure out how to communicate via Zoom by is what I always called it. But in that introduction to that meeting, because he did Republicans for an hour and he did Democrats for an hour. I don't know why I couldn't have all been together, but apparently he didn't want us to hear what he said on the other side. But never, I digress on that part. But one of the first statements he made, and he had been serving in the state legislature for 20 years, and this was like March 19th of 2020, and he made this statement that was, we know we are going to lose 60% of all small businesses in Minnesota. And I paced on that until about June. And then it occurred to me, it wasn't like a modeling thing. It wasn't like a prediction. It was a plan. Because we watched everything get forced and funneled. And then you see all the target emails that come from the government people, their government relations people, and Walmart, and all these big corps that come in and they're giving their side of the story. And if you have questions, we're here for you. And here's the things we're trying to do to ease the pain of what's happening right now. And I mean, it was literally getting smoke blown up your ass is what it was. And Matt, you're in the trades too. So, I mean, I have seen so many things that whittles out the little guy in small community. Like that's literally what they're doing. You will be dependent on very few and you will be happy. And if you don't like it, then you don't get to participate in the great American experiments, or because this isn't an American thing. This is a nationwide, a worldwide thing. And I've been telling everybody since this all started, as they really started pouring it on, this is not our governor sucks problem. This is not a Biden sucks problem. This is coming out from a handful of a very small group of people that have a major amount of influence, and they have a lot of their people planted in all of these different facets all throughout the globe. I mean, we need not look any further than Trudeau. Just one of many examples, or a Mitch McConnell for that matter. I mean, these people are well planted everywhere. So until you realize what the problem is, and what we're all trying to take back or fight against, I had a good conversation today. I think the person is still in this room now. Yeah, he is, and he's got a pretty darn good story about what he's been through and all of that. But we in that story, in the context of that, if you look at what just happened in Hawaii, well, okay, let's go back to 2020. Look at how many people were murdered by remdesivir, propofol, fentanyl, all the cocktails, and then they just slowly weaned them off their hydration and nutrition until they tapped out. And for those that hung on too long, it got even worse, because they could turn and burn those beds for, it varies by state. I think Minnesota was $330,000 in a 2-week period. And nobody seemed to be concerned about that. Nobody was concerned when they were shipping all these terribly sick people into long-term care facilities, because you know what's wrong with old people? They're very expensive, and they tend to vote in a way not favorable to their cause. So they have to go. Plus, if people aren't aware, 2028 to 2032, Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security are all expected to be bankrupt. Not to mention a whole crap load of government and pensions, both state and federal. What happens when you got 150 million people who just got screwed on everything they were promised their entire life? I think you'd have a pretty massive revolt. So what are you going to do? You thin the herd. I don't know. I mean, I'm not trying to be pessimistic by any means, but you got to understand where the head of the snake is to figure out what it is you're fighting. So there is so much to unpack in all this, and but also like the conversation I had earlier today on the phone. If you can't find the commonality and unify around one thing, and I'm not going to try to sit here and pump the Bible, but if you can't figure out that that's what made this country and that's what everybody was unified back then, and we are no longer there. They have migrated so many different cultures and so many different religions, and now we have become this completely mess of a thing. There's people who absolutely hate American values that have been flooding into this country for the last 30 years, and on a much larger scale than previously. And it's not that hard to see. So I don't know if the said individual wants to request a mic. I'll leave it up to them. I'm not going to out them, but it's to look at it from the perspective and look at all the critical thinkers that were dumped from all kinds of occupations. If you work in military, governmental jobs, healthcare workers, even teachers. If you spoke against it, you were put on unpaid leave or just flat out fired in some people's case. And so what's left? All the followers, all the sheep, if you will. I don't know that I like using that term, but it's literally what it is. They will just follow orders. And it goes back to what they were discussing earlier about these law enforcement officers that were literally blocking the road. What the hell made them do that? I mean, why would anybody block somebody from evacuating from a very dangerous place? Because they were told to, and they thought they were doing the right thing. I mean, you don't have enough humanity to realize that you're going to cause the demise of people. I don't know. We are fighting something much bigger and uglier. So, but together, I believe if people can rally around, something as fundamental as following the good book and the conversation I had earlier today, if for those that have fallen too far away from it or weren't brought up in it in Christianity or just following God, if you will, if that's your thing, if you're Jewish, what have you, but just read it for a historical value. I mean, and then you might find yourself kind of getting sucked in to understand that there was an awful lot of repression over the centuries, and there was ebbs and flows, and somehow we ended up to where we were, when we landed here. And the one thing that we rallied around was Christianity and, humanity as a whole. So we've kind of fallen way far from that. I'll holster it there.
Thanks, Shane. Yeah, making an alliance with God again is another acronym that you could throw in there or you could throw in there to MAGA. I don't think it's just make America great again. I think it's making an alliance and allegiance with God again that needs to happen as well. And you're right, we've fallen away in so many different ways. Not to get too deep into that, but yeah, it's really great what you said, and to remind us of that. Joshua, please. You want to step in?
I think she may have left to caveat off of what Sugar Mama was saying, and I'm going to say it for the rest of the people who are listening. She said the doom and gloomers, right? The people that are dooming and glooming. Well, that's part of the process. It's part of the grieving process. Yes, the people have realized that the problem before, that they didn't even see a problem, and now they see a problem, and it is really, really bad. And they're looking around with the perception of what they see through their screens and their phones and what they're shown on the TV. And of course, they're going to start seeing that, like, oh man, we are screwed. But the fact of the matter is, the enemy that we are fighting is not the common people. It is not the reality. That is just the reality that they are projecting. They are the men with cameras. Okay? And once you realize that because they are great storytellers, they know how to tell a story. They've been doing it for a long time, these men with cameras. And they're showing you the angles that they want you to see. And eventually the doom and gloom, that fades away when the pain continues to increase. Because as we are seeing it right now, we are winning. It may not seem like it, but we are winning. People are waking up. They played their hand in 2020. That was their hand. They played it. They overplayed their hand to the point where it's so blatantly obvious that they are bluffing. Okay? All we have to do is call them on their bluff. And we have something that they will never have, these men with cameras, and that is numbers. We outnumber them. And never forget that. The people who want basic decency, the people who want basic rule of law, the people who, it's not about right or left, okay? It's not about, liberal or Democrat at this point or Republican. It is not about that. It is about, do we have justice or do we not? And what we are starting to see is that people are starting to wake up, that the reality that they're seeing on this black mirror in their pocket, this phone that they have, is not the reality when they walk outside their house and they look at their neighbors, right? Now, they do see some of the consequences. They go down in their city and they start seeing all the dirt and the grime and the homelessness, and that the country that they have is not around. But they can't keep distracting us anymore. Because as they try to show the very problems that they have created and they propose the solutions to said problems, we are starting to realize that they were the ones that created it in the first place. So, and as a double-edged sword, as they are playing their play, as they are putting down their cards, the people are starting to realize that, they're making alliance with God again. People are coming back to Christ. I came back to Christ. I did. I had an insane, not an insane. I had a very powerful moment in my life in the last couple of years because of 2020. Because I couldn't I couldn't stand the evil anymore. I was seeing it all around me, and I got down and I got down on my knees and I prayed to God because I couldn't take it anymore. I had nobody else. I had nowhere else to turn to. I said, "What can I do? God, you've given me the ability to see through this evil, to give me this ability of discernment. To see through it all. I see it. What can I do?" And I'll testify to you, he told me what to do. He did. I heard it in my head. It was a small voice, but I was there. And I know a lot of people may think, whatever. Well, even if that was the case, even if it was me talking to myself, it brought me into a better life. And to that, I would say that maybe that's, someone told me something and it really stuck with me. Someone goes, well, maybe that's just coincidence. And then someone told me, he goes, all magic in the universe is coincidence. He's like, there's no such thing as coincidence. All of what you see is coincidence. Now, skepticism is the bane of faith. Right? Skepticism is the bane of that magic, that magical universe that we all can touch into, that consciousness that we all have, that ability to tap into, right? We have a very powerful tool within our minds and so powerful. And you think about it, what is it that you use every day that is infinite? It's your thoughts. You can literally think of anything. You have that divine spark. God gave you that gift. You can think of anything. Now, what you put into your mind, right? It's like a computer. Input generates output. What you put in your mind, if you put in garbage, you're going to spit out garbage like a lot of these young people do because they were fed garbage when they were in school. They were fed intellectual garbage, right? And now, we're starting to see the outcomes of that. But as the pain continues to increase, they start to question the garbage that they were given. But if you fill your mind with the philosophies of like Immanuel Kant, John Locke, the founding fathers, you start reading the Federalist Papers, the Constitution, and the Bible, and these other great works of wisdom, you can start generating better output. And I'm going to end it there.
Joshua, what you were talking about made me think about the 4 stages of grief, or of the American. It's the disbelief, possibly the sadness, the anger, and then they want you to get to the acceptance part real fast. They want you to go through these individual little emotions over and over again to train you to get to the acceptance part quickly. And then just let it blow over to the next thing that makes you feel something and then take you through the same mental process again. And it's a steamroller effect on the emotions of an American citizen. It's really difficult. Anyways, please let me take
That's exactly what they've been doing with problem reaction solution. And that's been going on for 20, 30 years. And now people are starting to realize, we see their hand, we see their game, and it's not working anymore because they had to hyper accelerate. If they would have just let the steam, the boiler and the frog in the boiling pot, if they would have just kept the heat low and waited it out, we would have been absolutely screwed. But I think that Donald Trump has really accelerated it. He really showed them for what they are, and they had to turn up the heat. And now the frogs are jumping out of the pot, in my opinion.
Well, again, what you're saying is what he did was he put a pause on their plans, and then to get them back on track, they had to make up for lost ground on the agenda. That showed their hand. So to your point, they were salivating so much for a certain result that didn't happen, that when it didn't happen, they've been just sitting there salivating for the chance to get back in and take back that ground that they lost in that lost time, because they had an agenda. They had a target date for all this to be done, and Donald Trump put a pause button on that. But please, Joshua, let me pause this divergence. I got to go to Aaron, because Aaron has come in, and Aaron, great to see you. Just can I turn the floor to you, Aaron, and say hi and good afternoon. How are you?
Hi. Yeah, I wanted to ask though, because you said we're winning. What is the definition of success in this contest?
Is that me?
Yes.
Well, the fact of the matter is that we're starting to win, and it may not seem like it right now because, we have to rely on the perspectives and the perceptions that are given to us via the internet and other mass media. But the fact of the matter is we are winning because they had to hyper accelerate their plan. They cannot continue to spin this narrative. They're really struggling to prop up Joe Biden. They're really struggling. The masses are awakening, and in that sense, we are winning. Now people are starting to take action and catalysts at a level that I have never seen before. And with the power of numbers, and give it time, we will remain victorious.
Right, but I'm asking, what is the definition of success in this contest?
Restoration of the Constitution, if you want to give a couple words to a definition.
All right, that's fair, because my pushback to you then, if it's the Constitution, we had the Constitution this entire time when we got to this current state right now. So if we just reset back to that, you've now entered a cycle.
Oh, well, I mean, at the same time, they've been using for the past 3-4 decades now the apathy of the American populace and the distraction. And now, because we were able to be distracted, we were able to escape. We had escapism. We had movies, radios, TVs, rock stars. All of that was our escape, and it wasn't very political. That was a place where you could escape from the politics, and they were using that distraction, making their empire in the background, creating these things like the Patriot Act, NDAA 12 Act, and various other legislations in order to erode or destroy our liberties, our civil liberties, and our rights. But then what they started to do is they started to, because they own the cameras and the distraction, they started to inject their politics, and you actually had an adverse reaction. They thought that people would just go along with it and continue to be brainwashed. But what they're starting to realize is that as they took away the distraction or the escapism that we were hooked on, we're starting to realize that, holy cow, look what they have been doing. And the masses are awakening up. And yes, we had the Constitution this whole time, but despite their best efforts, they couldn't get rid of it. And so now people are starting to wake up and realize that we have to do something. We have to get up. So
Can I jump in? I want to touch on this just real briefly. Then we got to get to some hands, gentlemen. But what Aaron brings up is he brought up an interesting mental exercise about what is the definition of winning. And what I have to answer to both of you on this is what I reflect is that this battle is a constant battle. It never ends. So there is no true final win. It's small battles, small victories, bringing the tides to a certain direction of change and effect that is positive. Now, after that's achieved, there will be a pull back in the other direction. So do you win that battle? When do you ever truly free yourself from the battle? And that in and of itself makes winning irrelevant. When you look at the word win, I mean, you could say every little victory is a win. But I don't want to dive too deep into this, but I think you guys get what I'm saying. The battle will never end. Even if we achieve a victory, there will always be opposition in the trying to take back ground in another direction or narrative. So, Aaron, you were addressed. You guys were in dialogue. You raised your hand again. Go ahead, and then we're going to go on to Laura, because I have not spoken with Laura Hart today.
No, this will go much further than we're intending to right now. I'm going to listen.
Okay, well, we could circle back to that discussion. Laura, what's up? How are you?
I am doing great. How are you?
We're doing good.
All right. Just got in here. Sorry, I'm not real versed on what everything is y'all are talking about. I do have serious concerns about some in the MAGA movement. I still trust some, most I don't. You know, when he was talking about them spying on us and all of that, we've got to remember that General Flynn was on the board of NSO. General Flynn, I mean, our tax dollars paid for Pegasus and they used it against us. You know, I'm having a really difficult time knowing who to trust and who not to trust. My discernment is usually pretty right on, but there's so many different lies and psyops going on within psyops that I think we all need to pray. And like, you know, especially the ones, you know, where it says for the people who are called by my name, you know, that's us. That's the ones that are believers. I think that's our only way out. But I enjoy the space and I'll be listening. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not sure who was next really at this point. I think ADD been waiting for a long time. You want to jump in and then we'll keep moving. All right.
Sorry, I was
ADD,
in the
you there?
background.
Okay.
I don't remember what. Yeah. Anyway, ADD strikes
No
again.
problem. He who runs with scissors, as the tribe name is was given him. He is great, and we love him. And you will gather your thoughts shortly, I'm sure. ADD, and jump back in. Texas, what's up? You there, brother? All right. Both are having connection issues. Linda, you want to jump back in? Take this.
Sure. Really quickly, Shane, absolutely 100%. You got it. I followed you, ready to get into it, like deep dive, any minute. As far as winning, I think what winning is putting the line back where it belongs. Some think it's Christianity. Those of us that are believers do. Some of us think of it as individual rights. Can we win those back? But we used to operate with a line that was fundamentally, morally understood not to be crossed. There's no line anymore. That's why everybody is fish flopping. There's no line. So winning is redefining the line that allows us to continue in freedom, in morality, and goodness.
Well, just like, you know, MAGA might mean something different to every person, or, you know, what the battle truly is, or what the definition of winning is. Let's turn to Shane. Shane, did you want to jump in on this? You were addressed, so.
Yeah. So to Aaron, I would say, like, so the definition of winning. So as we read the Bible, and you look at all versus evil, if you're looking for the answer of what is winning, I've been thinking about this for a while. When does Satan stop? When has he stopped? He will pull, you know, the idle mind is the devil's playground. He will pull anybody he can who's not paying attention or is more concerned about shiny objects. So at what point do you call something a win? Because if you look through all the different parts of the Bible, I mean, this has been going on for centuries. So do you have to have a definition of winning to take something back that should have never been taken away in the first place? Or do you just, because what Linda just said, the line, it's not that we don't have a line, they just keep moving it. So there's no we've gone too far this way or too far that way, because they literally, you're right, I guess they've eliminated the line, but they just move it wherever they want it. And there was a person who made the comment on that probably 10 years ago, and it was Mike Huckabee, that whether you agree with Catholicism or not, when the Catholic Church started moving that line, then nobody knew where they had gone from and to. And there's a lot to be debated on that whole topic. We're not going to get into those weeds, but the point is that that line had always been there, the steadfast line, and now there isn't one. So I would say the winning is winning the hearts and minds of and waking up to get them to unify and show in numbers so that they realize they are outnumbered before they continue down this path of constantly breaking us into little buckets and groups, which is what they've done. Is they've put us in, they've siloed us into whatever your passion is. And until everybody just gets up in that little helicopter and gets up above it, all the silos, and realize if all those silos were one big silo, they couldn't handle all that. And I think that's kind of the general consensus of where people are trying to get to, that then would be considered a win and overthrow. You know, it's no different than Pontius Pilate back in the day. And if you think about it, the Jewish elders, when Jesus was gaining ground or followers, isn't it interesting to use the word followers? And the Jewish elders realized that his number greater than theirs. They became very concerned about their power, and they convinced Pontius Pilate to let them do and deal with the problem that they had, because Pontius Pilate didn't want to be overthrown either. And they actually took one of their own out. And how does that look any different than where we are today? Obviously, it was a much smaller population-wise, so that you could say the problem is much bigger. But is it because there's actually just more people? Because that means there's this percentage-wise, there's going to be a certain percentage that are bad. There's going to be a certain percentage that are good, and there's going to be a certain percentage that are somewhere in between. They don't care, or they don't want to deal with it. They want to be left alone, which I think the vast majority of people are kind of in that bucket. But if you start upsetting that independent bucket that says, I want to be left alone, and all of a sudden they realize that they can't be left alone. People hate change. Humans hate change. They only change when they need to. That's just human nature. And once the pain gets hard enough, then they feel like they got to change. They got to do something. And I think that's kind of where we're getting to. And maybe I hope that helps you, Aaron, because that's when I see people who have actually swung from one side to the other because they don't like what's, even though they may be very ideologically different than from where I am, but they realize that this is going to affect their kids growing up that are in their early adulthood, and they start seeing through it, then they push the pendulum too far. And I don't know who said it, but I don't remember at this point. I think it was Joshua, but that and it's not to put Trump like up on the golden tower kind of thing, but he did pause a lot of this. He pulled back, and unfortunately he used executive order for much of it to reel it back. But you also have to remember, Paul Ryan was doing everything he could to make sure that Trump didn't get the wins he needed in the first 2 years. I don't know if you all know where Paul Ryan went afterwards, because it's really important to understand when he tapped out and he chose not to run again, it's really worthy to go look at where he landed after that. And because he landed at a place that the whole intent was to make sure Trump never, ever had success again. And he is a driving force within that cause. And, he's from a neighboring state of mine, and I would have never guessed that would be the case in the outcome. But there are certain people, it doesn't matter whether you're an R or a D, that they have issue with losing their power. And I try to get people to understand, look at it no different than the Jewish elders when this young man shows up, and he all of a sudden has hundreds, then maybe thousands of people showing up, listening to him, which they feared losing their power. And this is what this is. It's a power struggle. It's good versus evil. It's Satan versus Christ. It's all it is. The angels of light and hope. And until you understand that part of it, from my perspective, that's where we are. And let's see where it goes from there. I'm listening. I can't wait to hear more.
Hey, Mega, can I say really quickly that I forgot to when I was speaking a minute ago? The people that are talking about places like Costco and Walmart and all those places, there is actually a list of companies who are committed to the agenda. It starts with the A's and it ends with the Z's. I put one page in the purple pill, just the A's. I think I put one page of the B's, but it is everything we drink, eat, buy, wear, watch, talk on, drive in, all of it. It's all of it. I just wanted to, for those that were saying things like Walmart and, that aren't saying Coca-Cola and Bush and Pepsi and Anheuser-Busch and Amoco and Amazon and on and on and on. It's there. They are committed to the WEF.
Well, I wanted to go back to Aaron because there was a dialogue there. Thank you, Linda. Aaron, please jump back in with the response.
All right, so, and this is part of the exercise. So now that we can sit there and say we know what the win is, or we know what it looks like, can you then also say what contest we're actually in? And this is the where it's going to all break down, because too many people say it's not left versus right. Then they say, well, it's not good versus evil because I'm an atheist. And then they say something else. So this is the major problem that we're in right now. We can't even define the contest we're in, but we do think we know what winning looks like. And this is a matter of we have not actually discussed the problems thoroughly.
Well, you might not have been in much of our spaces, or maybe you're just showing up. So I encourage you to listen to the recordings. We have past conversations where we are addressing individual issues,
There's enough
and then what
I'll
we could
drop
do about it. No, it's all right, Aaron. You don't have to run away. I just wanted to say that we are talking about the issue. So I appreciate what you came up and said, and yeah, it was a great dialogue about the definition of what it means to win. And like we were talking about, there is no true actual final finish line, and the line of the tug of war of who to judge who's winning keeps shifting by narrative alone. So it makes it hard for people to define what a win is anymore, or what winning is. But it seems to be moving in a certain direction. We're pulling back. We're fighting the fight. So it's each individual little battle, each individual mission, whatever it is people are working on. There's little victories there pushing back. I got to turn everybody. You've been really patient. Kate has joined us, and she's been very patient. Kate, are you with us? Maybe she's not. Let's go back to Laura real quick, and then we'll keep going.
I think the win for me would be that we no longer allow Satan or anything to divide and conquer us as human beings. And as soon as we can, like Scorpio says, she says, if they try to lock us down again, we all just go outside. The masses have to come together. We cannot allow them to divide us in any way, shape, or form, including the parties that we have right now as far as the R and the D. Those men are all on the same team. They always have been. They always will be. Once you hit the $800,000 mark, you're either in or you're nothing. My dad was part of it. I'm telling you, we have to trust in the Lord and lean not on our own understanding, and bring as many people on board with that theory and that real truth that they have tried to change. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. And you know what? I love the topic about, I've heard it before, we're not talking about the issues enough. We'll talk about the issue then. I want people to really, like, the room it has a title. Okay, there's a premise, but we're talking about national security. We're talking about every single part of what's going on in America today, but our hearts are going out to the children of this tragedy on the Hawaiian Islands, and also the people and the land and all of those issues too. And that was what we were talking about early on. We've talked about making change by actually addressing things legislatively. And I encourage people to refer to Early Vote Action with Scott Presler and the work he's doing. Votify Now, the work that the work that Scott has been doing is really pivotal in bringing, training to people. And that was a big part of what I wanted to do when we started MAGA Vision, was to give people the tools to register to vote, to give them the tools, the information. A lot of people just don't know where it is, and we hope that you push those buttons and stumble across those tools. And also homeschooling, to bring awareness about homeschooling in public schools, the education and indoctrination of our children. Recently we had the Sound of Freedom come out, and that whole event just really shook America. And the spaces are talking about this stuff, and it's getting to the politicians, and it's getting to people where it needs to go. And I think that's what it's all about, is we're addressing the issues, bringing awareness to it, giving some people some path to tools to work from the grassroots up. It doesn't matter if your mission is to fight against child trafficking, if you want to join FACT and fight against that and hook up with some of those organizations, whatever your mission is, that's kind of what the premise is about what we try to do. And we're having these conversations today, and it's really great. And I want to say thank you to everybody that showed up today. And if you like, please come up and speak or retweet the space so we can have your voice be heard. I want to go to Kate. Kate, are you still with us, or are we going to pass again?
Yes, sir, I am. How are you doing today?
Great. Good afternoon. What's up?
Not much, just, grocery shopping, but I did want to put in an opinion about what I think is winning, is that we're out of this horrifying mess that we're in right now. And I know you probably have heard 100 reasons why, or 100 reasons of the same aspect, but we need to, what I think is winning is when, the MAGA movement gets a win, and like he's back in the spot, and he's making changes and saving the kids and doing it all, that's what I see as winning, is that when you see Trump up on that stage again, fighting for this country and making it right again, because right now we're not in the right, we're in the dead wrong right now, folks. And so I also wanted to do 2 plugs while I'm in here, because I have to do so, because Texas Trucker at Large is in here, and also we were talking about child trafficking, so I don't see my Brandy in here, so she must be busy today. But Kiwi Lass and Praying Hawk and Brandy and a bunch of people and me are trying to gain some volunteers for a November event, folks, for a national child trafficking event. And I'm looking for volunteers to sign up to help with this movement. I do have a Telegram channel plugged in the bottom into the chat. And also, if you're a trucker, if you would like to show your pride, please DM me to get a ring for like Texas Trucker at Large has. If you're in here, any truckers in here, and Joshua, I swear to God, you need to be a preacher of some sorts. I feel like you have such great spirit, and you are a wonderful speaker, and you have so much freaking positive. You have so much power in your voice that I feel that you need to make big moves. And, I'm going to plug Josh. He made me some artwork. Hit him up if you want to show your patriotic pride too. He does some amazing artwork. So yeah, we need to get this. We need to get this country back on track, folks. And that's it. That's all I got to say.
Well, thanks, Kate. Yeah. I got to turn to Joshua. You were directly addressed by Kate. So Joshua, please.
Well, thanks, Kate. Yeah, I made you a profile picture, but it looks like someone else made a different profile picture, which looks better, by the way. I'll admit defeat. It's okay.
I actually made that myself using
Oh,
the
it looks great.
photo layout.
Yeah, it looks
Thank
great.
you.
I like it.
No, I
Good,
want to
good.
have. I'm the queen of changing my photo like every week on my Twitter page, just to keep
I
it
didn't
spicy.
take offense to it, but I'm glad it inspired you to do something more, which is exactly what my artwork is designed to do. I see Aaron is still down there in the bottom, and after having some time to reflect upon it, and just kind of like listening, and also to address his question, which kind of got buried by everybody else. His question was, is it right versus left? Is it good versus evil? What is it, right? And the thing is that it isn't black and white. And that's unfortunate. It is a lot of gray, and there's many fronts, and it depends on what your level of awakening is, what your level of awareness is. Some people are blinded by Republican and Democrat still. Some people are not even on that level. Some people are just, me versus my neighbor's dog. Some people's, they're it is the mega corporations and the oligarchs and the oligopolies and, the Federal Reserve. Some people go even higher than that, and they think it's, these secret societies and these people. And then some people go even higher than that, and they say it's God versus Satan. So it's truly about where you find your opposition. But here's the thing. You need to be a warrior. If it is Republican and Democrat, then get in with the Republican Party, or the Democrat Party if you're crazy. But, get with the Republican Party and then fight there. If it's good versus evil, then pick up your Bible and fight there. If it's, you versus the oligarchs or whatnot, then get a law degree and fight in the court of law. Wherever it may be, that's where the fight is going to be. Now, what does winning look like, right? And as to Shane's point, there is no ultimate victory until the ultimate victory, which is, Judgment Day. Jesus comes for a lot of people. If depending on some other religions, that they're going to have their ultimate victory. But he is right. This is a constant battle and struggle. What we are starting to see, though, is the pain of losing some of our territory in the field of battle. We are starting to experience the pain in our wallets when we hit the grocery store. We're starting to experience the pain when we see our children come home and they're acting confused based upon what their teachers are telling them. We are starting to see the pain when it comes to the tragedies that we're seeing on the TV and these adverse, terrible, bad actors getting away with it, and the injustices that we are seeing. I mean, Donald Trump was indicted, but Hunter Biden's still walking free, for God's sake. And now they had to backtrack on his plea deal, but now they're trying to set him up for something else. But the fact of the matter is they cannot keep spinning the narrative. And when I say that we are winning, what I'm starting to say is that the tide of the battle is starting to flow in our direction. They can no longer continue to spin the narrative in the way that they have been. And it is their illusion, their magic spell that they had over the populace is breaking. Apathy is breaking. As pain increases, apathy is breaking. And that's what I mean by winning, that there is a tide in the battle that they are starting to lose. They're starting to overplay their hand. And we're starting to see it. There's people like you. There's people like me. There's people like everybody in this room who said, I've had enough. I've absolutely had enough. I got to do something. For some people, that's making art. For some people, that's helping other people realize what that is. For some people, it's talking about and discussing the nature of the problem, trying to spread wisdom of what they can see, their sense of discernment. For some people, it is, hey, let's donate money because I have money. Let's donate it here to these families in Hawaii. Or some people, it's I can donate my time. Whatever it is, they are doing it now. That, to me, is the battle of the tide. We are turning it, and that is why I say we are starting to win, because we are gaining ground. And yes, it is an eternal struggle, but I think that the apathetic soldier, the apathetic sleeping soldier, is waking up. And that's what I mean by that, and I'm going to land there.
Thanks, bud. Laura, you want to go, or... Yeah.
Just real quick, thank you, because that was just, you said that perfectly. There are so, and I like apathetic too, but everybody is complacent when they don't make a stand for what their truth is.
I can hear nothing. Do I need to drop down?
Yeah. I'll
And
take
that's
care of
really
it. Go
all I
ahead, Laura.
wanted to say. But when we just sit idly by as Christians or as Democrats, as Republicans, or just as people, we are giving them permission to take every advantage of every right that we have. And praise God that we have people like you all in this room, and even in the DeSantis room, that truly care about our rights and, oh my goodness gracious, what our country was founded on. I mean, I come from a family of Marines, for the love of God, and I can't even imagine what they're thinking. You know, this is a sad state of affairs, but I am encouraged by hosts like you guys and speakers like Jonathan and everybody really in this room that I've heard speak. Because I don't care if my view is different, you're doing something. And I appreciate that, and I think that's a win also.
Yeah, it's not really a Trump or DeSantis or a Vivek or anything like that room. It's Americans coming together and having the discernment to know the difference of where we're going and what we want. And we're going to support people that go in that direction, right? That's just the way it works. That's how true freedom of your voice and a secure election should run. That's how it should be. Or else we don't have a country. So let's go to ADD, and then we might have a new speaker coming up, Rick. But let's go to ADD first, please.
Okay, I remembered what I was running with scissors about. So I looked at the link. It's a GoFundMe. Understand that is a super PAC itself. And we don't know how much is actually donated because a lot of it is never shown that it was donated, but it does go to super PACs that don't go to where you want it to go to. I don't remember the other organization that is Christian based, but they they seem to raise a lot more money for our charitable causes than GoFundMe does. And our particular group doesn't really like GoFundMe because they shut all the money off to the Canadian truckers just because, and said, oh, we're not going to allow you to donate through our funds. So you might want to look into something else for the people of Hawaii, because GoFundMe is a super PAC and they're only given a percentage of the money out.
Thanks, ADD. We could circle back on that, but yeah, you want to be really focused on where if you're donating, what you're donating to, and where the money's going, and all that, and making sure that the money is actually being used for what they're saying it's going to be used for. Rick, what's up? How you doing, Rick? Good to have you.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Thanks for having this space. Can't be on here too long, but I just wanted to give my 2 cents on all this stuff. I think it's more simple than people realize. It's just more of who's going to be the most dominant and who's going to be the alpha. And right now, those of us who want to see this country be free, and we support the Constitution, and we're good, and we want to live on some sort of like moral foundation, we're betas and we're bitches and we're weak, and we are submitting to all of the people who want tyranny and evil and power, and that's basically it. I mean, everybody wants to, have all of these esoteric and multidimensional ways of, how we can beat it. Just overpower these people. I'm not saying violence. It's just, people always say that when somebody like me talks like this, it's just instantaneously picking up a gun. No, it's not. Be more aggressive with them. Be louder than them. The squeaky wheel gets the grease. For example, Shane is an elected representative. His attention is going to be diverted to the people or the entities that are demanding his attention the loudest. And right now, where are we the people at? Where are we the people that are wanting the Constitution? If I really wanted freedom and I was in Shane's district, then I would be louder than all of these special interests attempting to gain his attention. And whenever he his attention gets redirected away from me, I'm going to be louder and more aggressive than those who are attempting to divert his attention away from me so I can get his attention back to me. It's just a simple game of submission. It's just a simple game of dominance. We are either the lion or we are either the gazelle. It's that simple. And unfortunately, a lot of us conservatives want to play nice, and a lot of us Christians want to play nice, and we want to love each other and love the enemy and do this, and love's going to be the answer. No, dominance is going to be the answer. Thomas Jefferson said, when people fear the government, there is tyranny. When the government fears the people, there is freedom and liberty. What does he mean by that? When we the people assert our dominance over the tyrants, then they are scared to act, and we make them submit to us. Right now, we are the weak ones, and we are submitting to them. So evil's, ruling over. I mean, a lot of people like to say that we're so, intelligent, and we're so much separate. We're so separated from the animal kingdom. Not really. Like, either we're the like I said before, either we're the lion or we're the gazelle. We're either gonna kill something to get food, or we're gonna be killed and be somebody else's food.
Hey,
So
Rick.
just remember, when people say, "What would Jesus do?" Just remember that flipping tables and chasing them with a whip is within the realm of possibility.
Exactly. And when people say no, that love is the answer, well, guess what? I was submitting to the Veterans Affairs, and I'm a veteran, and I submitted to the Veterans Affairs back in 2010, and anybody can look and see the state of the Veterans Affairs back in 2010 for about 6 months. The first 6 months when I filed for my VA disability, I just called every couple weeks. Hey, what you doing? Any improvements? And they just told me to shut up, basically, and get off the phone. After 6 months, I got tired of it, and I started to actually take control of my own situation. And I got in contact with my, members of Congress and the VA themselves, and all aspects, and built my team, the DAV and the VFW and all that stuff. And I dominated the situation with the VA. And in 3 months, I got every single medical appointment that I needed to, and I got everything that I asked for and that I needed from the VA as far as my VA disability within 90 days of me actually taking control. There was a 1.5 million claim backlog and an 18-month to 2-year wait list. I got it done in 90 days once I took control. I took control of the situation, and I made them do what I wanted them to do. And when we start doing that, when we the people start getting as pissed off as I am right now and having this attitude towards them and be the alpha towards them, then we get our freedom back. We're slowly getting there, but I'm sorry to say we are not there yet. Some people are beginning to shine some light on this, and some people are beginning to get loud and beginning to be a dominant alpha like I was in 2010 towards the VA. And all of us can be able to do this towards whatever aspect of tyranny or whatever aspect or level of government needs to be put in their place. We just haven't done it yet. Like, it's the same. Another example is a parent and a child. If there's a child who's 2 or 3 or 4 years old going through terrible twos, and he or she's going through a complete temper tantrum, well, do you as a parent submit and say, no, don't do that? And then, he says no, tell you to shut up as a parent. You're just like, well, I tried. Or do you hold the line towards the child, even if it's a 17-hour long temper tantrum? You as the parent need to ride it out until that child submits. So he or she understands that you are the authority of the household, and he or she is the child cannot behave like that. It's as simple as that. So I will land my plane there.
Well, I just wanted to thank you, and then I think you're either a trucker or owner operator as well, right? As well as a vet.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, God bless you, sir, and please hang out with us. Don't go away. Don't go anywhere. We got B on the floor, but I also wanted to just for a second, B. I gotta say, how you doing, Booker? It's good to see you, sir, and thanks for coming up and speaking with us today.
Hey, you're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you. thank you for the mic, and go to hands and come back to me.
Yeah, brother man. Thank you. B, what's up? How are you today? Good afternoon, B.
Hey Matt, hi everybody. How do I follow that? My goodness, I love what he said. I love his passion. But I wanted to say, Joshua, your artwork is beautiful, and visual is extremely important. When I was, hence my picture there, out doing the voter registration, I mean, we used to deck our booths out where there was no mistaking what they were, and it drew so many people in. So yeah, visual is important, but you've also got to be out there to be seen. I love these spaces, but we need to start getting out, being seen and being heard more. I think that's important too, but visual really draws people in. So thank you for what you're doing, Joshua. And you too, Matt. You're amazing.
Oh, thanks, B. So about what you said about getting out there and actually getting out of this Twitterverse, we're cross-platforming, but we also have MAGA Mission people that were in Florida recently, met with General Flynn and Laura Logan and some other people, and there are things going on, and there is a Gettysburg Address thing going on. It's coming up. There's some different things going on all over the place, and yeah, we're doing our best to just inform the people and try to inspire, like Joshua had said, you know, each individual person has something they can do to help, and as small or as big as it can be, it's all part of the effort. So thank you, B, so much.
Hey, Matt, I know you're doing plenty of stuff. I just meant each of us, we need to start thinking about what we can get out of the spaces and do to be heard and seen, because, I mean, I love listening. You know, I listen a lot, but going back to my voter registration and door knocking days and all that, it's like they start so late, and by then the game's over. So, I mean, we might need to just start putting our heads together and come up with ways for us to get out there and be seen now. That's all I was saying. But thank you.
Oh, agreed, 100%. Texas.
Oh yeah, I had a question for Shane, but I see you dropped down. I actually tagged you, Shane, in some stuff I put in the pill. I wanted to ask you, actually, so they said 60% of small businesses would fail during COVID in Minnesota. I wanted to know if you had a number of actually how many small businesses failed over there. And, you know, my thought was, you know, that, you know, trucking boomed during COVID. And, you know, it seems like after COVID, now they're pushing us to the point of failure. And well, that's a mega carrier CEO that said that comment, and that's how much money they contributed to lobbying in Washington. I wanted to get your thoughts on that, and you can do that in direct message or however you want to do it. Rick, you've definitely found the right place, brother. I'm a trucker too. I appreciate your service. Thank you for serving. But you know, us over here in MAGA Mission and NOAA, you know, we don't wear no gloves, brother. We're bearing up. We're hardcore and we're not backing up. We're bringing it to them. We're pointing fingers and saying names, and going at it in the ground game too. So we're getting where we need to be, man. So, but I appreciate your service, brother. You should check us out at hashtag NOOA. You can check out our content and what we're doing, and magamission.org. So all of our stuff's linked together. We're doing podcasts, but being an owner op in a small carrier, you might find be interested in what we're doing and how we're doing it. But yeah, we the people in this group, we don't wear gloves, brother. We're raw with it. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Matt.
Yeah, and Rick, I would suggest reading my pinned tweet just to let you know how much my gloves are off.
Yeah, Texas, I did send Shane. I think he heard what you were saying. So if he wants to jump back up, he can. And we're going to go to, I don't think I've spoken with Jackie. I don't know if I have before. Jackie, good afternoon. How you doing?
Good afternoon. How are you guys doing? I just wanted to say, I like what Joshua said. I'm also a veteran, but I think to say if you have a few extra dollars, instead of getting that $8 coffee, donate it to your local food pantry because people are really struggling and they're turning to the food pantries, some of them for the first time in their lives, for basic needs. So if you've got an extra $20, pick up some toothbrushes or whatever and donate to the local food pantry because that really helps out and it's really kind to the community. And everybody have a great day. That's all I want to say.
Well, thank you for coming up and saying that. Shane, Texas said some things. He asked you a question. I don't know if you heard it all, but Shane, you back?
I am, and I did not hear the question.
I had my mic on. Do you want me to ask him again, Matt?
Yeah, please.
Okay, I'm sorry I left my mic on, y'all. I apologize. Hot mic. Shane, the question I asked was you had stated earlier that y'all had got a update or whatever when COVID first hit back in March of 20 that in Minnesota they expected 60% of small businesses to fail. Do you know the actual number that actually failed during COVID? Is that something you're aware of? And then I'll ask you another question in a minute.
I believe 30% range. He posted an article on this probably a month ago. They interviewed me a few weeks back. They did a follow-up article because they got so wordy when they interviewed many of the businesses that lost their business or the owners that lost their business. They couldn't fit my interview in it, so they did a follow-up. I know it's Michael something, I believe. I think it's that one because I do a lot. But
yeah,
that was
you're
their
breaking
goal.
up pretty bad, Mr. Meekland.
Well, I'm driving, so I'm doing my best.
Did you say 37%?
I think it was 20 to 30 ended up going completely under, and many of them lost their homes as well. So because they leveraged their homes to try to get through the bridge of the gap, if you will, and thinking it was going to be a short-term thing. So they literally forced people into really bad decisions, and unfortunately, many of them fell victim to it. So it goes back to this, and I think it's kind of what Aaron was trying to touch on earlier, is we do all these things, and we keep playing by the new rules they throw at us, and are we moving our line, or are they moving our line? Because I think that's kind of the consensus of where some people are really concerned of what's the outcome and what's the end game. And if they keep forcing us to move our line, we're going to react to what it is they put upon us. Where does it all end? And something I talked about earlier today with somebody. So the metro areas of the blue states are the only reason that they have blue states. What if all the truckers cut them off? What if they didn't bring crap into Chicago? What if they didn't bring it into Minneapolis or Seattle? Literally just cut them off. They refuse to go there. Well, now the question then would be, will the Walmart truckers abide by that? My guess would be probably not, because they're part of a much bigger thing. So, but it's something to be thought of. I mean, if you really want to clamp down on making blue states not so blue, if you will, I mean, amazing colors, just because everybody understands that. But if you want to turn it around and put it back to like a humanitarian free society, then how do you cut off the evil? I mean, we could all move to, it'd be awesome if we could just say everything on one side of the Mississippi is one way, the other side, but they'll just infiltrate. They've been doing it for since the foundation of our country. And I don't know that we need more laws to fix it, because that's actually our demise as well. Because more laws means more government, and what we're all advocating for is less. So, I don't know. We all have to come together and figure out how to fight this ugly battle.
Go ahead, Texas.
Yeah. Uh, just to put something in there, what you were saying, you know, most of your Walmart trucks and big box stores trucks like that, they're not actually long haul trucks. They usually run, most of them usually run a regional route. And home on the weekends. It's a little bit different, or quite a bit different than most of your owner ops out here like me that run national. So that's just to throw that out there. But if you'll look, I tagged you, Mr. Meekland. You probably can't look right now. You're driving, and we can take this offline, and you can respond to me in direct or however you want. But that what I put in the pill down there, that is how much contributions Warner Transportation paid to lobbies to do whatever they're trying to do. Look at the comment the CEO of Warner made. And there's been a lot of us up in arms over that ties back to the things that we've been saying about collusion, price fixing, and trying to drive owner ops and small carriers out of business. Because, you know, during COVID, when all the rest of business was going out, truckers boomed. You know, their goal is to get rid of small business and go to these big box stores and mega carriers. And, you know, we know that the big corporations want to control everything. But it seems like, okay, the boom, now they're trying to push us out as well. And these big mega carriers and brokers and these PACs and TIA and the ATA, through regulations and lobbying Washington to enforce more regulations and not enforce the regulations that pertain to them that's already there. It seems like that's exactly what they're trying to do right now, cutting rates and cutting us down to the bone where we can't even afford to make a profit off the loads. It seems like that's exactly what they're trying to do with us now, what they managed to do with the pandemic and COVID with small businesses. So that's just my thoughts. You can check out what I put down there, and like I said, I know you're driving, but I don't know. It seems like it didn't work in trucking. It didn't put us out of business, but now they're coming at us now. So that's my thoughts.
And to that, Texas, the truckers, they were doing this 4 years ago. They were going after truckers. I think I made that comment in one of the trucking spaces, whatever. I mean, they literally were starting this. They were laying the groundwork years ago. So they did it in California. They were laying it, and then Minnesota followed it. And then now it's spread everywhere. So just you got to understand where the head of the snake is and figure it out from there. Because if you're going to fight all the little symptoms, you're not treating the cause. And any good medical practitioner, like a good one, has cognitive thinking skills, critical thinking skills, goes for the cause rather than just putting Band-Aids on all the lesions. Because right now we're literally dying by 1,000 cuts. And you better figure out where it's coming from and take the whip out of the hand.
Yes, sir, I agree with you, but we are fighting the head of the snake, brother, because what we're doing is we're finding America First candidates, and we're throwing 100% of our support around these people that will take the fight to Washington and represent the American people. That's what we're doing as an association, as an organization, and who we're aligned with. That's what we're doing. So we are doing that. We're going to the head of the snake, brother. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, both of you gentlemen. I just want to turn to Booker. Booker, what's up? You want to jump in?
Yeah, if I could do it so much like America radio because I had Sean Ferris. He's the
Your audio's roboting for me. I don't know if it is for everybody else. Is it?
Yeah, it's really bad, Matt.
Oh, I think he was having connection issues. He dropped down immediately. Maybe that was what it was. All right, Booker. Well, hang in there, brother. Let's go to Sugar Mama, and then we'll get Booker back up here.
Hey, so this is what I was going to say last time, and I forgot to say it. I get nervous speaking sometimes, so please forgive me. So I don't shop at Walmart, Target, or give my money to any of these companies who are in cahoots with these people who are trying to take away everything from me and my kids and my rights and make our country not what it's supposed to be. And I encourage everybody else, if you can, don't go to Target, don't go to Walmart, don't go to Walgreens, find your local mom and pop stores and shop there. Like, I even drive a half hour away to go get my meat from a local butcher because I will not give my money to these people. So I know, like, I can't do very much in my corner. I'm limited to the things I can do, but I try to make sure what I can do works. So I don't give them my money, and I refuse to give them my money. I even go to the Amish and buy from them. So that's just like a little thing people can do, which you don't think is a lot, but it is a lot, you know? So don't give them your hard-earned money because they're just screwing you. And that's all I need to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, if you want, you could stay and hang out with us. Booker, you're back.
Yeah, is that any better?
Perfect, sir.
Okay. I was just saying, if you don't mind, if I can plug my show for tonight at 7 o'clock Eastern time. Are you okay with that?
Of course. Dude, we're on
Okay.
the same team. Just want to let everybody know, please, if you are not following Booker, please do so immediately. He does work with, I think, Mike. What last name? Anyways, I know you guys are doing some work, so please.
Yeah. Throw
Mike
this out too. I
Engelman.
also, Mike. And we started Spaces at the very beginning, 2 years ago, when there were a couple of NFT guys and there were us. And we used to have Julie Kelly on that came on the first Tuesday of every month back in 22 up until about, I think, we had people do it, and I would love to see more ability come from these spaces. And I'm listening and I try to hear everyone. I jump into spaces and listen, but I didn't want to.
I think we lost audio again, Booker. But anyways, I'm sure you're going to post the space and then make sure to, if it's scheduled, please put it down or put it somewhere so it will. And people follow Booker, turn on the bell so you get the notifications when he tweets or when he puts out a room. And they're definitely on the right path from what I've heard in his spaces. Booker and Mike are great. And then also, I want to give my shout out to Mudflap McGrew, who's another great American patriot, and some of the work he does. Booker's coming back. Let's get you up here, bud. Yeah, all right.
Hey, is this any better?
Well, yeah, it's good, and then it just gets all roboted out.
I put it
breaks up.
that's actually AT&T, and I switched over to Wi-Fi, so hopefully it can hang on long enough for me to talk for a minute or two. I don't know how much you heard, but anyway, I am on America Out Loud Talk Radio, and my show is on Saturday and Sunday night at 7. And that is the home of Dr. Peter McCullough's show. Also, Tom Renz has a show on there every day. Tony Schaefer, the former military intelligence, is on there. But the reason why I wanted to bring that up is because tonight at 7 o'clock Eastern time, I have Sean Farish, who is the Donald Trump impersonator. And it's a really good 30 minutes to hear his story. And then I also get to interview him when he is in Donald Trump character for about 10 minutes. And it was a lot of fun. He said some funny things. So that's at 7 o'clock, America Out Loud Talk Radio. You can listen on iHeartRadio, Spotify, or you can just download the app or listen online, any of those. But listening to everyone, is my audio still good right now?
Yeah.
Okay. Listening to everyone talk and the frustration, I mentioned a few minutes ago, I don't know if you heard, but Mike and I started doing spaces a long time ago, and I see some familiar faces. Grumpy is here, and I think he used to come in those spaces at the very beginning when there were us doing a space and maybe a couple of NFT crypto guys, and that was about it. And we kind of quit doing them, but we are doing one coming up this week. But part of the frustration with doing the spaces is people continuing to talk and talk and talk and not do. I know Rick was very passionate, and I love that passion in talking about dominance and Sugar Mama. She feels like maybe she's not doing anything because she's only one person. And I think that one people is what makes this country great. One person with an idea, it can make all the difference in the world. And B says, what do we do? Well, you have to eat an elephant one bite at a time. We are not going to accomplish everything that needs to be done overnight. It's going to be a slow process, but what do we do? What can you do? And, you know, this government and this country will not survive and succeed unless we understand that this government depends on us to self-govern ourselves. And that's a big problem that we have right now, because this isn't a battle of left and right. It's not a battle of good versus evil, although you may see it that way, and that's fine. It's not conservative, liberal, Democrat, Republican, but it's an ideology versus an ideology. And currently we are losing in that ideology. What I encourage people to do, and I started an organization, it's called SaveYourRepublic.org, and that's in the election integrity field. And what it is just a stupid idea I had to make it easy for people to go sign up and to become a poll worker. And you click on your state, click on your county, and there you are. You have your application to become a poll worker. It was very important. And so it picked up some traction. So that, again, that's one idea from one person. And all of us are like that. But what can we do? And one thing I encourage, I have a local group here in my county in Florida that I give information to on what they can do weekly. And what you can do and what we should do and should have already done is become part of the establishment, because I think we are the majority. Unfortunately, none of us are going to do what it takes, which is going to meetings. You have to go to a GOP meeting. You have to join the Republican clubs. It doesn't take a lot of you to completely change the complexion of what is going on in those clubs. And until we do that, there is not going to be any political pressure from the grassroots up. And that's how things are done. When you look back in 2009 to 2010 with the Tea Party, that's how they did it. You take over the establishment. The apparatus is there. And there is nothing more important than local community government. That is the key to everything. But rub elbows in your county with the people that are plugged into politics, and take 20 or 30 of your friends, and you'll find out really quick you have a whole lot more say than you think. And the last thing I want to talk about is, you know, for us to really be considered a movement, it takes moving. Without moving, you don't have a movement. Unfortunately, everybody's kind of scattered and going in different directions. So it's hard to see that movement. I want to go back. If you're a biblical person, go back to Moses wandering around in a desert with, some say, up to 1 million Jews that were going to the promised land. And I don't know if you know that story real well, but before they crossed Jordan into the promised land, Moses actually died. He didn't take them in. It was given over to Joshua. Joshua was like Moses's right hand. So it was actually Joshua that took that movement of those people moving into the promised land. So what we're talking about here is so much bigger than one man or one person. It is us, we the people. And we have to come to an understanding that when we're sitting around talking about them, they, and they are going to do this, we are them. We are the them. And that's all I had to say. And you guys have a great night. Check out my show tonight at 7:00 with Sean Ferris. It's going to be great.
Yeah, you know, Sean is a friend of ours, and he's spoken in our spaces, and he even blessed us with a great Donald Trump. I call it the unreal endorsement of Donald J. Trump. It was in one of Marlon's spaces and was speaking about MAGA mission. It was really incredible. The guy is just incredible. And I saw where he was standing with Trump, impersonating Trump. That was a really great video. Love that dude. And yes, that is going to be epic. He has a great story and great guy. 100% support that. And Rick, you were addressed in some of that. So why don't you jump in, Rick, please?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for those comments, everybody. I'll check out everybody's pages. And and see what everybody's got to say and everything. I just want to say this, before I got to run and drop down to listener again. One of the biggest ways to gain control again and throw them off basis is to be aggressively offensive ourselves as far as what we want as a future. Like we always talk about what they're doing, like was just addressed, what they're doing, what, those guys, what they, like like we always use the term they, like the infamous they. And we're always playing defense, and we're always on the back end of like riding their coattails as far as what they are doing. So we're playing defense, and we're trying to catch up to what they're doing as far as them being offense. But again, when we take that role, we're being the submissive ones. They're the aggressive ones. They're the alphas. Well, if we want to challenge them and we want to, build the future that we want to build, and we want to, take them down a notch, the best way to do that is to play offense, because we only have a limited amount of processing power that we have in our brains. We can only focus on so much. There's only 24 hours in one day. Like we're limited with what we can do with our attention. So if we're aggressively playing offense, and we're just living the life that we want to live via the Constitution, via Judeo-Christian values. We all know, we've all talked about it over and over again. The future that we want, if we just start living it, shopping in the places that we want and need to shop in, it's going to force them to throttle back on their offensive game and to play defense and try to block us. So now we're ahead, and we've actually seen this with Trump. That's all that Trump did. Trump is just doing what Trump's going to do, whether you like it or not. And everybody else is just going to have to defend themselves from his agenda. So he is actually teaching us again, whether you like him or hate him, how to be that alpha male, how to be that dominant person, and how to get out there in front and force people to defend like themselves against what Trump's doing. So that's the answer as far as how to beat these people. It's just like we all know what to do. Read the Bible, read the Constitution, and all of our founding documents. That's the answer. We just need to live by it and play offense as far as actually going out there on an individual basis, on a community basis. Get involved with our local GOP, become the government as far as elected representatives, run. Be that statesman that our founding fathers said, serve the few years and then rotate out. We all need to begin doing that. And once we play that offensive game, then game's over for them. So we just need to begin doing that. I'll land there. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, I just wanted to say real quick, just to let people know, if you do want to go to visit magamission.org, you can see everybody's individual missions, people like Thomas and other people that we're working with, Shane Meckland and other missions that are going on. And action items would be, of course, the most basic: register to vote, become a poll watcher, poll worker, get active with your local, like Booker was saying. And Booker, why don't you jump back in again, please?
Yeah, I was just going to say that one of the reasons why I talked was you guys were talking about donating to Maui, and I put in the chat at the top there, and and also down in the bubble, that is a local church right there in the community that got destroyed, and that every penny they take is going directly to people. So I wanted to point that out. I didn't earlier when I was speaking. So thank you.
Thanks, Booker. Sorry, I was tied up with something. ADD, why don't you jump in?
All right, so I put something down in a little purple pill. It is not my work. I'm going to give the credit where it's due. Blake, one of our members, and also one of yours supporters, she did all the work to it, and it is the link to every single representative that they're, and there's also some pre-written stuff. I don't think I haven't looked at what it is, but it's pre-written legislation to put forth to them and show that you're not happy. And it's just, there's a lot of work goes into trying to find how to get a hold of your local legislation. It's been done for you. It's down there.
Thanks, brother. That's awesome. Exactly. Booker, thank you. If you can hear me on your way out, I don't know if you're dropping away or what's going on, but we had a lot of great conversation today. The room is full, and I hate to close on a full room. So if anybody would like to come up and have some final words before we close out, I'm gonna give everybody a chance to speak, and then we'll probably be bringing it to a soft close. Joshua. Joshua, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'll just close on a couple of words here. I think that today was pretty productive for a lot of people. It helps people, even if they just need to say their piece, because I know for some people they just need to say it out loud so they can articulate it in a way that makes sense to them. It allows them to organize their thoughts in a way, and some people need to vent it out. Some people need to say what they need to say because they feel like, well, they don't really have a voice with the current nature of the country and where it's at. So, to those people who actually had the courage to come out here, I commend you. Also, I'm starting to notice that I'm getting throttled by Twitter. So if you guys want to see the Trump art as it comes out, hit the bell notification. I know I have a couple hardcore fans. I would love to see some more. Spread the art, and spread the message. So that's what I got to say on that.
All right, buddy. That's great. And then I haven't spoken with Truth, so Truth, please join us.
Hey Matt, how's my comms? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're coming through. Roger that.
Okay, yeah, I'm coming back from the border. Any event, great space. See Shane, ADD, and all the folks, Texas Trucker, all the others. The folks in Hawaii are reeling from it. The insurance companies now working, i.e., with the government on eminent domain cancellations of insurance policies. Failures in the locality of children in Hawaii. Touch on a couple of things because I know you're closing out, but currently working with Michael Yan, scheduling a couple more shows. Got one on Red Bill 78 coming up. Touch on some of the children activity coming through the border. You actually have children being picked up, i.e. from baggage claim, ladies and gentlemen. Fentanyl being trafficked through the via method of put in diapers and babies coming through the border. You have the election fraud continuing. You have the document that I released a week ago about the 2025 plan of the DOD wanting to set up the war against China. Check that out if you have it on the channel. Support MAGA mission and all the great things that they're doing. Marlon, Matt, and all the others. Also, lastly, land with this, or dock my boat, as I would say, or put my hot, soggy pocket back in the sheath. Folks, you got to understand this is a world agenda. Go check out what John Kerry said, that the population has to be cut within 30%, meaning going after the food supply. Some people will have to basically perish to that goal. Let that sink in. Lastly, the Lably, Kathy Grimes, I'm planning on having her come on a couple big channels, cover the article from, she's an editor for California Global about the illegal lab in Fresno County, California. There's more to come. Now, isn't it amazing, Matt, that after that lab leak, here we are with more restrictions, lockdowns, etc. They've got it already teed up for 2024. God bless everybody. Have a great weekend. Thank you.
Thanks, Drew. I got to defer to Thomas. Thomas, please.
Matt, I'll keep it really quick. So I just wanted to say, remember America, show up, stand up, and don't be afraid to speak out. This is our country. Let's get this done.
Aaron, jump back up. What's up, buddy?
Do you often schedule your spaces, or are they kind of impromptu and you start them when you start them?
I've been holding Saturday spaces probably every Saturday for months now, and we just have, standard times when I come on. Today I started a little earlier than normal, but we have Monday through Friday with Marlon after the ground, and Tuesdays and Thursdays with Carmen in the morning, and Monday, Wednesday, Friday with Gypsy Lounge, and then we do work with Noah on Sundays and Thursdays and Wednesdays. We're all over the place, Aaron. So we don't really have a set schedule where you can find it, but the shows pretty much have the same start time. So I usually start around 10 o'clock on Saturdays. Marlon starts about 9 o'clock Eastern in the morning, and Gypsy's a little bit earlier than that. She's like way early, like 5 o'clock or something like that in the morning. But anyways, yeah, so I guess we don't post them all the time way in advance, but yeah, just turn on your notifications or whatever, look for us. I'll invite you if I have one. You're always welcome, Aaron.
All right, thanks, man.
Yeah, we have a couple different hosts who are doing spaces all the time, but we might post a schedule. It's just like if I post a schedule, then that makes it to where people don't have the freedom to choose to open a space or not that day. And, everybody's putting in their own volunteer work and effort on this. So when you see somebody show up, it's because they want to show up and they're doing the work, It's really, it comes down to each person and their heart and what they're going to contribute. ADD.
I just wanted to say thanks for your time. We know you're a busy man. You're way busy in the background. I know what you do, and I just got to say, thanks for all that you do, because people have no idea how much you're actually doing in the background. So the other host is gone, but I don't see him down there. Marlon, we're going to thank him too, just in case he listens to the space later, and everybody that came up to make it possible, because it's really kind of a boring space if you just got two hosts and no words. So yeah, it's just give the host some love and co-host some love, and let's have ourselves a safe weekend. We'll see you back here Monday, or I don't know if you'll be in our Sunday, but we'll see you there if you are.
Well, yep. Thank you, everybody. And I will be shutting down the space. I hate to do it with a full house, but you know what? We'll see you next Saturday around 10 o'clock, maybe earlier, later, whatever. It's usually around 10 o'clock I'll be on, guaranteed. And then look for our other hosts and spaces. Please go to magamission.org if you want to join the fight against child trafficking. There's organizations that are there waiting to meet you in your state and get to know you and start the fight there in your local area. And yeah, we brought up a lot of topics, and it was a great space. So I just can't thank everybody enough. God bless you, and Godspeed, everyone. Have a blessed weekend.